Well, hello, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Episode 234 starts now, and it's going to be just myself and Larry. Jesse is having a howling good time somewhere tonight for Halloween.
Yes, he is. He's off doing the adult party thing.
So, and I am
forgot
not.
to ask him if he's going to dress up or anything.
Yeah.
On,
So, and I'm not feeling super hot. So we'll see how long tonight goes. We're feeling kind of weird the other day. So actually, I've never done it before. I actually went to urgent care today. I've been to urgent care, but he's like, yeah, use a neti thing or something nutty or whatever.
Oh, a neti pot? Yeah.
Neti pots. I did that earlier tonight. That was weird. Never done that before. So.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. You should have filmed it. Blah!
Yeah, I don't know about that. I gargled and a few things, whatever. So yeah, it was kind of messed up. So sniffles, cough, whatever. I've been wearing a mask at work. See, that's that after post 2020 pandemic. If you're sick and you want to work, wear a mask. You know how to wear one now. Everybody should. That's the public. Right. That's your public notice for
your public service announcement for this Friday evening, Halloween weekend.
From Friday Night Bricks, yep. If you're feeling sick and you still want to work, wear a mask. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, I did it, obviously, because, obviously it's hard right now because a lot of people just can't get workers. Either people were they just enjoyed being paid by Uncle Sam that they just don't want to have to, work now. But,
right. You have a different backdrop there. It looks like you did some rearranging.
No, but, it's the... I snuck a shelf downstairs. No, I did that a while ago. All you usually see is this.
Right.
And, and the other camera's right here. You got the castle. So the other camera's because actually, that was bad.
Down it goes.
Yep. Honey and all. But took out some dragons. They're flying around somewhere down here. But and they're, man. I got to clean this up. I got a mess. So I got a mess out in storage too. So, there he is. So I've been working out in storage a little bit. I've been acquiring half pallets and quarter pallets in storage so I can do some stuff. And I'll see if this will work over here. Let's move the keyboard. Man, let's see. So I got the purple castle from last week.
Nice.
It's a mess here. Storage, I've been working on rearranging some stuff, trying to move some stuff around. So it's kind of one of those things where everybody's going gaga. Actually, what's funny is I actually did take a new picture tonight in the wrong album. So this is my winter village collection.
Ooh.
So all of them, and then the Santa sleigh. So that's the retirement. That's my retirement fund right there.
Oh, there you go.
And then of course there is
let's break them out and build them.
Well, actually, I have all except for the last one. I
Guinness,
have.
Where are you going?
Oh, Guinness is leaving. Oh, he must have heard the sound of food somewhere. No, you muted yourself.
He must have to go to the potty because I'm the one that feeds him.
So, no, I've got one of everything except for, it's ironic. There was one on Facebook recently, but I don't have the money to buy it. A second toy shop. So I have all of them because Lego was lazy the one year. Let's see. If I go back here, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. In 2015, they were lazy, and they did the winter toy shop again. I only bought that.
Same one?
Yeah, they changed a couple things in it. I was like, you know what? I don't need that one for my build collection.
Typical Lego.
But for the retirement collection, I need that. I hope I make it to retirement age. If my gut doesn't get in the way and, kill me first. But, it's funny because I'm moving a lot of the sets to the shelves with, like the casters on it. and then I'm trying to redo the bin area and stuff. And so, I've got all those big tall Sterilite
ones. Oh yeah, with the drawers.
Yeah. So
I got some of those.
And so I'm trying to just redo it a little bit, get it organized a little bit. What's funny is I showed it on Hoosier stream too. I have a really nice drawer full of these guys.
What are those?
Those were from the XL mobile crane, but they're also really good for the interior of a railroad bridge. So.
Oh, nice. Very good. Very good.
So, yeah. So, but no, so I'm finding all kinds of stuff. I see Brett's build is here.
Hey, Brett. It's been a minute.
Mayo, Studsidious, Macro, everybody's here. Hey, guys. Yeah, I always flex, which means, and you know what? I don't have my flex anymore because I don't have I still can't get the other program to work. I still have to use XSplit. No, so I don't know what I'll be working on tonight. I grabbed some stuff in storage. Well, I did get a package, and I didn't get my good package. I didn't get my Rex Pool. I didn't get him yet. He's coming.
Rex
Pool. Yeah, Crazy Bricks. Have you not seen that? Actually, let me see if I can.
I probably have, but
let me see if I can actually. This will be the new Larry for our shots later on here.
Nice. Brick Enforcer's here. Bricks for Chris is here. Hey guys, what's happening? Happy Friday.
Get your set packed up, Reed. What set am I supposed to be packing up for you? I don't know what he's talking about. Everybody saw all my shelving. I showed off like my space one and all kinds of stuff. Here we go. Let's see here. I'll have to share my page here. Presenting. Just for you, Larry.
There we go.
So,
nice.
Yeah. So I got one of him coming. Obviously, it doesn't look like it has. I don't know if it has a wreck. Probably just as a red head in here.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So, I mean, obviously, I think there should be a couple Deadpool heads in this order, but it's also got some other heads. So, Toy Story. I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. There's a nice Toy Story set I was thinking of building myself that I keep kind of forgetting about, but nothing that's got your name on it.
Did you send invites out there?
Yes, I did.
Good.
See right there, Larry? There's two.
Oh, there we go.
They're mixed in with the 125 skunk heads that will soon be badger heads at some point. Yes.
I was actually pulling out my little custom minifig stack, and I've got all these Deadpool variants.
Well, I mean, if all else fails, Larry.
Some of those were sent by our friend Jesse.
Well, yeah. All fails. I guess you could always be Breadpool. So
he's over there somewhere.
Badgers, and more badgers. Yeah, I've got a bag of them right here. So.
Well, I assume that you sent invites out to a lot of the people that are in the chat, right?
If they're on that huge mailing list, yeah.
Well, we got. I'm sure. Did Macro get one? Did Stud get one? Did Johnny get one? Did Mayo get one? I know Brett got one, right? Any of you fine fellas want to jump on? Feel free. We're a man down tonight, and Reed's he's a little under the weather tonight. So
yeah, and he's in the chat, but he's not in the show yet. He's probably he's tending to kids, I'm sure. Yeah, I am under the weather, so
some guests are.
I'm talking an awful lot. I'm talking an awful lot for someone who doesn't really want to talk, but.
And some guests, Mr. Wagner, are short bus special.
So, but if in the worst case I can just do this and just do this, and you guys can.
We won't even know.
You can decide if I'm actually we'll just turn on that music that we got in the background and away we go. No, I did find I need to make some donations to Children's Hospital at some point. I keep finding all these crazy. I probably should have the camera down. You guys don't need to look at my ugly, sick face anyways. I'm more of my dots bags and stuff. But I think what I was going to do is for like Children's Hospital, I was going to put some like quart-sized bags, wrap up some bracelets, make what happy by giving away bracelets. And then there's TJ, and then I got more.
TJ's here. Okay, he's adding himself, and I'm adding him at the same time. Hi, TJ.
Hello.
Hello.
You guys are making a mess. You're making a mockery. So
hey, Reed, send me the link because I just jumped on the streamer. Send me the link in my email so I can shoot it off to Pete.
Oh, I can send it to Sidious.
Oh, okay, cool. Do that.
I thought you were part of the mass list, Larry.
I'm not anymore because
I'm still part of the mass
since
list.
I'm co-host, I guess I don't really need that. I can just jump on the StreamYard.
This is the guy.
I just walk right in.
Yeah, just sent it to you, Sidious.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Chester will sit on the castle. He'll be shitting badgers.
Guinness doesn't want to play tonight.
There we go. Now you really can't see Chester's head, but there you go.
TJ, what are you up to this fine evening?
No, I've been working on homework.
Good.
I still am. So I'm gonna kind of be. I might go into like a lurk mode here at some point. We'll see.
You shoot it over to Mayo too.
Mayo need one. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. So,
since I'm the one here who knows how to use technology.
Hey, I know how to use it too.
I
I
resemble that remark.
I'm going to pull him off. The executive.
More specifically, Instagram and how to message.
Hey, I'm getting better.
I do too.
I actually posted something this week. Very excited about
it. All right, Mayo, you got a link as well.
I use it once in a while. Haven't been anything exciting. I haven't won the lottery, so I haven't had anything exciting to post on the Instagram or anything, and I haven't really been building enough to really do that. When I start getting my storage reorganized, I'll start doing that. Posting some more stuff. Trying to contemplate what to do. I need to make sure it's enjoyable this winter so I can get some crap done if I ever want to try out for Lego Masters. Which, by the way, how did everybody like the doggy issue this week?
That was pretty fun.
That
was pretty all right.
I did like the corgi. I liked Nick and Stacy's corgi. The nice butt wiggle. That was pretty good. So, I mean, obviously, it's one of those things that it goes to show you. I mean, if you're building stuff like that, you got to test stuff because you heard. And now the other two, for people who don't know, on Thursday nights, Nick does a review of the show on Twitch, on his Twitch channel. I joined it a little bit last night before jumping on Hoosiers, and he had a few people on there. So I mean, in the end, it's one of those things where it's kind of cool if you guys, if you like to see it. You're going to see some of the people who have already possibly been eliminated and whatnot, and everybody gets to talk. It's pretty cool. I like that. Show off the pictures and all that stuff. So. Yeah. Well, Nick from Brick and Nick from up in up north of the border. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's I've watched a lot of his streams, over the years and whatnot. Probably another thing from Hinkle. Actually, there's a picture on my Facebook of where when we were building the bar the one year at Brick World. I had Chester. Nick was building and Chester was checking the brick to make sure it was all in place properly. So, but yeah, that was, or it might've been the year he built the studio. It was one of them, probably the studio that year or something. So I'm sure Larry will get that. I can get that. Someone can get it.
I got it at the same time somebody else did.
I was going to get it before that, but
Hello, Mayo.
hey, Mayo.
Hello.
So,
What is happening? Are you doing anything later tonight? Are you streaming?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I'll be going live for part 5 of Paradise a Month in about 43 minutes. And what normally happens is people flip-flop between the both of us.
Cool. Well, thanks
And,
for coming on.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll do some show and tell to start off the show because we did a build challenge on Wednesday on Mel's channel.
yeah, I missed it. I forgot about
it.
Oh, technology issues again.
There we go. So that's what I built in 90 minutes using the VIP Spooky Pack. So the challenge was we had to use parts out of it. Now we decided we didn't want to say that one of the rules was you had to use all of the parts. Because then it would just be kind of, I don't know, then just throwing parts together wonkily.
Yes,
So we can use as many as we want or as little as we want, but then add our own. So I did this really cool spooky dragster, 6-wheel dragster. My inspiration was the front wheels. Hey, it's Mark.
Mark's here. Yeah.
So it had a pair of those wagon wheels. I'm like, okay, what can I do with that? And then I thought dragster, and then it went from there. But I was actually late to the show because I don't know time zones apparently.
But I do.
I was about 20 minutes late to the show, and but that's not a big deal. I managed to finish this in time, and yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking hey Mark, I was thinking I was supposed to get a pirate pack with my first October order, and I got a spooky pack. I was like, wait a minute here.
Spooky pack.
Wasn't one of these supposed to be like a pirate pack? Wasn't there like a pirate pack like at the beginning?
Yeah, I got 2 of those.
I got 2 of those as well.
Like I wanted
Those aren't the wheels from
What's
the
happening, dude?
So luckily I haven't done my survey yet, so I can complain about that and say, hey, one of these packs was supposed to be something different. Hey, Hawkeye, welcome.
Are those wheels on your dragster mock? They're not from the Tumbler, are they?
They are. Good eyeball.
Really?
I
thought that they were really high profile tires, and the first thing that came to my mind was the Tumbler.
Yeah, those are the biggest, fattest tires that Lego makes. There are 3 sets that they come in, and each set only gives you 2. I've managed to get a hold of 6 of them.
Ooh, how'd you do that?
I'm not telling. I keep my my contacts close to the vest, so to speak.
Yeah,
I actually gave 2 away. But yeah, they're anytime I see them, like I think I picked up a couple from from Bricks and Minifix. They had a whole pile of new stuff they dumped out, and they had tires in there, and yeah, I got them for a song. Those things are on Bricklink. They're about $10 per tire. So
what'd you sing?
I sang. I'm just trying to think something off the top of my head. I don't know, Mark. I'll sing you something later.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, speaking about
I don't know.
bricks and pieces, the sources said that the Halloween VIP parts pack wasn't going to be available in Australia, but they were wrong because it is. And so when I saw, I realized I had enough VIP points to redeem $150. So I made a bricks and pieces order to get the Halloween parts pack.
What's that, like 30,000 points or something like that?
In Australia, it's about 15,500.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah, I think I've got rewards out there. You don't use them enough. It's not as awesome as it used to be. So
no.
God, I have to go do another nutty thing. You know. netty thing with my freaking nose. Oh, sucks. I hate. Hopefully, the more sleep this weekend will help me get rid of this crappy thing.
Yeah, I'm just getting over bronchitis.
That's what mine feels like. Because
That's
bronchitis.
really not good.
There's a whole bunch of lavender outside my house, and I suffer really bad hay fever, but I haven't really suffered any hay fever this spring. And it's spring because I'm on the other side of the world.
There you
Yeah.
go, Mark. All right, I got you back.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's springtime down there. We got our first snow yesterday. I love planets and how they spin around.
We had ours 3 weeks ago.
Well, see, ours was
Extremely
really
wide
late. I mean, Colorado, we get snow in September. It's usually our first significant one, but
Ours was
it's been
weak.
very, very dry this year.
Yeah, it was flurries. It wasn't anything big.
I just wanted to say, as a Lego castle nerd, I absolutely love the background with all the shields.
Yeah,
that
very
was well
cool.
done.
Is that
Yeah,
always the background?
The only one that matters is the one down in the lower left. That's the only one that matters.
Is that a custom one?
Bears?
No, the ice bear. That's the actual official one for the Chima ice bears.
That's
right.
the lower left, my friend.
Yep, lower left. Yep,
That's the only one that matters.
Yep, that's the one that matters.
Good to know.
And wasn't it Chima Day 5 days ago or something?
Okay. I'll let you. Hold on. Let me know when you're ready, Mark.
Oh, no. I've just
Oh, I thought you were about to dump.
No. There's nothing exciting happening over here. I'm just parting out stuff for an interactive display for Brickworld.
Oh, nice.
Not the convention. No,
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not that. I'm hoping it's just a bug or a flu. Don't really want to miss work.
walking pneumonia. I had that in college. That is a nightmare. This is the first time in a long time I've been sick. And you guys another story on the hardships of Mark Larson. So after the last time I was on the live feed, it was a couple of weeks before Detroit, and I don't know if you guys remember, I was putting shelves together because I had to take the shelves out of the wall because our basement had flooded in May.
Right.
And that was on Friday, and so I was putting up shelves and I was reorganizing everything because I was putting everything up on casters, so it's 5 inches off the floor and on wheels. And then Sunday, we had water pouring into our basement for 16 hours.
Oh my God.
Yeah, at the opposite end of the basement that we had the drain and tile system installed in the front of the basement when we had the previous problem in May.
Jeez, dude. We'll start calling you Noah.
Yeah. I'll take it. It was, basically it's a Chicago storm sewer problem.
Yep.
And when we get too much rain, they close the storm drain valves.
Yeah, you were telling us that.
Yeah. Created a lot of back pressure and shot some old pipes out of our wall in our foundation.
Good Lord.
And so maybe was I on after that one? So I've already told you about the Chicago storm drains before that one happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, they did it. They did it 2 days later. So
does the city have to pay for this
Nope.
kind of damage? Are you kidding?
Not at all.
Yay, Chicago!
Yay, go Chicago! It's it was a lot of people had it worse, like west of us. Like the further in west in the city you get, the worse it is when they close the storm drain valves. And people had like geysers in their basements coming out of the drains that are just supposed to go into the regular, like the ejector system for the building. Mm-hmm. And so, but like all the Brickworld offices are down there. And so the computer was down there, the monitors were down there. Luckily, most stuff was 5 inches off the floor from the flood that we put up with in May. Mm-hmm. I lost a filing cabinet and like a box of mementos and like 3 sets of shelves that I hadn't been able to get up on casters yet. But so after Brickworld, Detroit and Fort Wayne were over, I went down there to do we had a mitigation company come in and then a demolition company And that's all a long story I can bore you guys to tears with. But it would also be like a good warning for the future, a good parable for homeownership in making sure your basement is waterproof before you buy it. But after I came back from Fort Wayne, I was cleaning out the rest of the stuff that I wasn't able to get out of the basement because the demolition company got a bunch of dust over everything I'd left out, which included some displays I was working on. So I was cleaning all that stuff up, and I was wrapping everything up in shrink wrap and cleaning off all the surfaces and like mopping up the drywall dust and moving stuff around and inhaling all the drywall dust. There's a lot of bacteria and mold in it, and I came down with bronchitis, and so I've been sleeping for like a week.
Man,
so that's one of the many reasons I haven't been on the stream for a while. Of course, the shows themselves. So I wanted to get on.
That's okay. I mean, they've been pretty good. I mean, obviously this week I'm kind of out of it and not really in the mood to do much of anything. Probably don't have zero energy stud. I don't have Lego energy. So I probably have Minecraft energy. I just don't have the energy to do much. I mean, it just kind of sucks. I mean, I worked all day. I wore a mask at work. Obviously, I got my mom in the house. She just turned something on the 26th. I don't know what. Probably, I'm guessing 79, 80, something like that.
Hey, the 26th of October?
Yeah.
That's my birthday too.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I slept for 20 hours on Wednesday.
That is, I believe.
That was my 40th birthday.
I did wish you a happy birthday. I think I missed someone else on that same day, but I did wish you a happy birthday. So
your mom and I have the same birthday. Scorpios, fellow Scorpios, good people to be.
And also,
watch out.
Mel Brown's birthday was the 25th.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we were streaming on his birthday. He was building the Razor Crest.
So Stud Sidious, when I had walking pneumonia in college, I was so I don't know what caused it, but I had a night where I couldn't fall asleep because I kept hallucinating.
Fun.
Walking pneumonia is nasty.
Never heard of that.
I don't know if it was from what I was on, because I wasn't on any sort of antibiotic. Walking pneumonia can't be cured by antibiotics.
Shrooms?
No, there was no other substance involved. There was no other substance involved.
They didn't put me anything on either, so I mean, I'm hoping this isn't bad. So, because I mean, in the end, he just recommended some stuff. So, I mean, hopefully, rest will help. And
I like Stud Sidious. I really thought what I had was Instagram. What I thought what I had was COVID as well, because I'm sick and because the symptoms are so close. But I had my second booster a month before that, and I had COVID last Christmas. And because I had just had the booster, it was very, very mild. And so I was like, why would I get it a second time and it be so bad? So I did take 3 COVID tests to make sure that's not what it was. But I knew it couldn't be as severe as what I've been going through if it was COVID. So, yeah, just imagine, like you said, like what people have gone through if they had COVID before those medications and vaccines were around, kind of ease the symptoms. Because upper respiratory is miserable.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I've been telling myself, hey, go get that the newer booster shot and get your flu shot. And of course, I obviously waited too long to get both of those, so that kind of sucks. But.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I remember. So Stud Sidious, they said the same thing. Where they're like, increase your fluids.
Yeah, and
just write it out because it's a virus. All you can do is wait for your body to get rid of it. So increasing your fluids, it encourages your body to process more and get your blood flowing. XYZ. I had some sort of steroid cough medicine. I think that's what made me hallucinate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which is probably just dehydration and having no energy, not being able to do anything. Yeah, exactly. Not being able to get out of bed. I slept until 7 p.m. last Saturday, and we've got the puppy here. And my husband's a government compliance attorney, and he's been on this huge matter that's been just sucking all of his time away. And he's even on Saturday, he was working 16 hours. And so he was a mess by the time I woke up, and I went to bed 4 hours later, and then my fever broke. And it was one of those things where I woke up and realized that my fever broke because, there's water everywhere. And So I moved over to the dry side of the bed because I was in the guest room, so my husband could get some sleep because I was waking up coughing violently every 2 hours. So I moved over to the dry side of the bed and woke up 2 hours later when that side of the bed was soaked. I was like, I'm not sleeping tonight. Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, hopefully you're not near anybody, Enforcer. Yeah.
Good job, Rick Enforcer.
I've had the basic 2 shots. I had both the Moderna basic shots. I just need to get the booster shot. And who'd we lose?
TJ dropped.
Okay. And then I might as well get the flu shot too. So, but yeah, in the end, I'm in a grocery store all the time. And we're back to no mask. And I did go to Milwaukee a couple weeks ago for lug bulk sort, and so it's possible, just like anything else, denser populated Milwaukee might have picked up something that just kind of was just dormant. And so but I don't know. I'm in the grocery store all the time, and everybody's back to normal. So, and kids are getting sick, and we've got that, So in the end, it's possibly I just got something. So that's how it goes. Body will kick it at some point. I just want to make sure I don't sleep on the couch over there because that is uncomfortable. I probably won't kick it with that. But I don't have a headboard, so I had to move the mattress against the wall last night and try to prop myself up and sleep at a.
Yes. It's miserable.
So,
yeah, I fell asleep on the couch a few nights during this. I woke up and my ribs just hurt because we don't have the most ergonomic couch in the world.
That's fine. Sounds good, TJ. Yeah, he's got loud fellow students on his floor. So,
it is Friday night. Oh, there's my shirt.
It is party night. Friday night. They're obviously not out, hanging out with the girlfriends and stuff. They're,
Yo. What's up, stud?
How's it going, guys?
Good, man.
We're here.
I can relate, Mark. My dog, when I had no energy, my dog, and he's a rescue, and I'm always working from home, so he's really clingy to me, and he's used to going out at every few hours because I'm home. So he's in that pattern, and I was so sick that I even had to call my parents and be like, "Can you please just come take this dog outside?" Because I can't even get out of bed.
She's 6 months old, and she's a hound, and there's a reason that the term is stop hounding me.
Oh
She's really chill. She's a great dog, and because she's so food motivated, we've been able to treat her to teach her a lot. But she's 6 months old and she's 50 pounds, and she's learned to open doors that are closed. And so she would just run into the room and be like, "I found him! I found Dad!" Because she's definitely more attached to me than she is my husband. And so she'd be like, "Where's he been? Where's he been?" So she'd find me and just jump on me and lick my face, and she has that hound tongue that's let's get in your ears and in your nose, and I'd
be what is she, a mix? She's a mix.
Yeah, but maybe some of those antibiotics the dogs have in their bloodstream maybe helped you.
Yeah, seriously, I think she was trying to heal the wounds on my face. My face was really dry and just kind of cracked.
Can you get that deeper into my nose? Clean my snot out, please.
She's 26 different breeds. The highest percentages are the first 9. Each one of them is a hound. So the highest is Plot Hound, and the second is Black and Tan Coon Hound. I think that I've shown her on this feed before. Let me go.
She was a puppy when you first got her. So
yeah, wait. Well, I'm gonna go. Give me a second to to stretch a bit because I gotta go pick her up. She's 50 pounds now. So
yeah, when my family got our cat for the first month, she was looking in the mirror. And she was like, "Who is this cat on the other side of the mirror?" Also, I just sorry for going on mute for 10 minutes. I just found
some big
parts.
She was a tiny little one when I first saw her. Well, not tiny.
She was 24 pounds when I got her. She's double the size now.
You can definitely see the hound on her. She's a gorgeous.
Oh, what
was that?
The snout and the ear. She's got the snout and the ears. She's a gorgeous looking dog.
Oh, she's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, sweetie.
Man, she got big, dude. Dead quick.
No, she's not done growing either. She gets spayed next week, so that should slow it down a little bit.
Mine's a mix. He's a little French bulldog, a little English bulldog.
Oh
wow! He's like an old.
Yep. There's Guinness bailed on me. He was totally going to co-host with me tonight, and as soon as we started, he bailed on me.
So CDC's like a little linebacker dude.
Yeah, he looks like a little Mack truck dog. He's like
That's awesome.
He's heavy though. He's like he's almost 70 pounds, but he's just not that tall because he's got
Yeah,
a
he's
lot of
dense.
crammed into him. Yeah, he's like a little like he literally has pecs. He has little dog pecs. It's crazy. He's like a little macho man.
You know, Hawkeye, I've considered making her out of Lego, but I'm just like, there's so many other things I want to build, and I like to build like, you know, things that pull things out of my creativity and imagination and get them out of my head. That like building a 1-to-1 scale version of my puppy would be cool. Maybe I'll do a mosaic at some point. She's very photogenic. So
there you go.
Sidious, how old is your dog?
He is now. When I adopted him, they didn't know exactly. He was still a puppy, so they didn't know exactly. So he's roughly going on 5 now. 5
okay. She was born at the rescue. They found her mother pregnant, and so she was born at the rescue. So we know she was born March 30th.
He's actually staring at me right now. I just took him out. Muggsy, you're not going out.
He's like, yeah,
I can't believe it's coming up on 8 years since we got our cat.
Oh,
and I don't like my cat at all.
Oh no.
That's the thing too with bulldogs. They're stubborn. They're smart, but they are stubborn. And I had a little French bulldog before him, and Brutus was so stubborn. Like he would listen. He was very smart, but you have to tell him like 3 times because he's like, "No, I'm not going to listen to you." You know, it's like you got to listen, buddy. And like
you got to convince him that you mean it.
You know what you should do? You should take a photo of your bulldog, and if you've got the bulldog from that French connoisseur collectible minifig from Series 17, you should do a side-by-side shot for Instagram or something.
I actually want to go. I heard the Lego store.
You got a golden, Larry.
Yep.
How old?
He come here. Get it.
Oh.
Look up here. Look up here.
Oh, he's
Yes.
he's getting a little bit of old man, huh?
Yeah, he is going to be 9 in January.
Oh,
He's got a good coat for Colorado.
Well, and he's actually we don't call him this, but he's actually a golden doodle. He's like one.
he doesn't look like a doodle.
He's like 1/8 poodle.
Because usually they don't have their hair is different.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's all curly. My friends have one, and it's like
that doesn't look like hypoallergenic hair.
curl.
Goldens are like the playful sprites of the dog park. Dear Lord, the energy.
Them archers better be golden.
I was actually looking for the. I didn't even know they made it. I know, like in the Queer Eye set, they had the little French bulldog piece, but people showed me there's like a big bulldog, a brown one. I guess that's in the Build a Minifig section of Lego stores.
Yeah.
I went to the Lego store yesterday, and I saw at least 3 of them in the BAM tower.
Yeah, I need to go grab that.
Speaking of the Queer Eye set, did anyone get that at 40% off for the 2 months?
Yeah, when it was the parts were amazing. So when I saw it that cheap, I bought like 3 or 4 just to get. They had cool printed tiles. They had there's so many cool parts in the set.
Yeah, I like that set for the 1x2 masonry bricks. By themselves.
That set had really, really cool parts. It was worth it. When it got really cheap like that, I bought a bunch of them. I'm behind on sets. I would have bought it anyways at full price if I had seen it, but I just don't. I'm more into buying mock parts. But when I was there and I saw it that cheap, I grabbed like 3 or 4.
So the funny, I guess it's funny, thing that happened the other day is one of Orion's friends at the dog park. His name's Tater. He's a
that's a good name for a dog.
Is his
Tater
last name Tot?
Yes, very, very much so, because he's a yellow lab beagle mix. So he looks like a yellow lab, but his legs are only about 4 inches long. And so he's Tater, and he's the sweetest little thing. And his parents own a cycle and yarn shop because they're major hipsters, and they're releasing tomorrow their own line of hand hand dyed yarns. And
Oh,
they
that's
basically
definitely hipster. That's definitely
yeah, no
hipster.
kidding. It's called Puppy Man Yarns, and they named all the colors after Tater's dog park friends. And Orion is the black yarn. And so we're going to a product launch party tomorrow, and we got her a little Batwing costume. She hates it. She's chewing on the wings.
My French Bulldog Brutus, if you ever put clothes on him, he would just freeze. He would like protest. He wouldn't move. He'd just stand there looking at you like, I am not doing anything.
She does. That if she wasn't so food motivated, we wouldn't be able to convince her. She hates even her harness. We got her a Blackhawks harness because first of all, we love that everybody thinks she's a boy, and so we try to confuse people further. I got her a Blackhawks. Yeah.
People just automatically take a big dog like that as a boy, but she's
super alpha. She's also very she gets into the tug games and she plays keep away and she gets very she has a very dominant personality. According to the foster mom, she was the alpha of the pack. So I'm just which doesn't surprise me now at all now that I know her. So I even just put the harness on her today and she just stood at the top of the deck. With her legs all wide, why is this thing touching me?
Yeah, that's what Brutus used to do. He would stare with his eyes popping out of his head, still. He's like, "What is going on?" He would not move. He'd take this off of me. My ex-fiance bought him little army bomber jackets and all those cute things for French Bulldogs, and he just would not. He was just not into it. He was like, "Nope."
I got this Ghostbuster costume for her, so it had the tan coverall sort of more jacket. Wrap it up, and then it had the Ghostbuster pack. It was just inflatable and just strapped around her body. Cool. She did not stand still for that one. She was just running in circles trying to pull at it. She finally got to the point where she can get to the coveralls and was just tearing at it. And I was like, all right, we're not going with that much of a costume. It's fine. I'm very glad she's not a clothes wearing dog because sometimes I look at some of these dogs at the dog park that have the sweaters and the booties, and I'm like, no.
Muggsy is so misshapen. He's like a little keg with legs that he wouldn't fit into anything that's normal. I haven't tried it yet though on him. I don't know if he would wear something or not. I've never tried it.
Muggsy's a great name for a dog, especially a bully.
Oh, thanks. It's because he's such a mix that the pit gave him a dark black brindle coat. So he has he's mostly black brindle, but he has a white chest plate, and on the back of his neck is a white bow tie. So I named him after the gangster in the Bugs Bunny cartoons. That little gangster.
Oh, nice!
Yeah. And everyone loves the name. They're like, dude, that fits him so well. It just popped in my head when I first saw him. I was like, you look like a Muggsy. You look like that little gangster.
We got to see.
He looks like he got a tux on, but it's like a black brindle.
I think Larry has a presentation, and I'm.
Are you trying to be
Bob Ross?
This was me the other night. This is me with a costume.
That's Bob Ross when he was young too, in his prime.
Yeah, I didn't.
Was it?
I wanted to get a little bit more brown in here to make this, but that guy had 31 seasons of his show.
Yeah. That was on PBS big time around New York City area. That he was always on PBS.
Oh yeah.
Steve, I've got a bit of a Steve. Who the fuck is Steve? Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Who on earth is Steve? Larry. I have a bit of a theater background, and when I was in college, I was in a role. I had to grow a full beard, and at that point, part of it grew in blonde, and so on stage, I would comb it with mascara before the show. Is that what you were using?
I actually eyeliner. We put eyeliner. Actually, we did some eyeliner, but then we for some specific spots. But then she just took some eyeshadow and put it on the skin underneath.
Jeez.
The beard. So
yikes.
It's really sad what happened to Bob Ross's company. His son got screwed out of everything. There's a documentary. Bob Ross basically signed off of everything. I don't know. There was some shady deal that went down where all the rights to his name and everything his son can't own, and all the products in the paint line that they make, his son gets nothing from it.
It's insane.
It's one of the documentaries. It's pretty sad.
Yeah. It's not a great story. He was a really good guy. Yeah, and yes, Hawkeye, I'm actually going to get I want to spend a little money to get a really decent Deadpool mask to wear.
A Bob Ross Deadpool, that would be hilarious.
And you know what's also sad is that Many
This
moons
guy.
ago, when I was young and innocent, I accidentally painted over some of my Stormtrooper figures, but I just found one remaining. I've got to find the helmet.
You can
And
have,
I've been trying to find my Anakin Skywalker for about 3 months, and I only just found it this stream. So how very fitting that I found it on a Friday night brick
Oh,
stream.
nice. Nice.
You're not that big of a Star Wars collector, though, Mayo, right? Like
No, because I literally only do Star Wars stuff for if I can make memes out of it, or for if I can make a May the Fourth be with you content.
Yeah, good. Yep. Priorities. Yep.
people
And
always
I've been
think-
doing, I know I've been doing a Paradise a month all month, so I figured that I should at least have one Paradisa style minifig. So I found this pink one that's a little bit modern, and I thought, you know what, that's close to the old pink torsos with the red polka dots. So there we go.
I thought it
Oh,
was
like the
hilarious.
Paradisa ones, like the Paradisa bathing suit one.
Yeah, because I wish I had some plain leg pants around here. I wish I knew where some of my heads with the woman's too much makeup, lipstick and mascara was around here somewhere, and I wish I could find one of my brown old style ponytails, but I couldn't find one. Hopefully I'll be able to find those pieces over the next 10 hours.
I love the way you described Paradisa as them all just getting drunk and eating ice cream.
Yeah, because if you look at any of the Paradisa sets, anywhere that they're selling food or drinks, the number 2 things they're selling is ice cream and bubbly alcohol.
Dude, that changed
And it's amazing that they're not all fat from consuming all that junk.
The brand changing to Friends is interesting. They're definitely giving it like an urban, modern kind of flair to it. Like the logo has a little bit of graffiti hints in it, tiny bit, and
Yeah,
the way the stories with the characters they're coming out with now, and I mean they're getting super diverse now. I didn't see it, but someone said they have like an amputee mini doll. They're going crazy with the diversity. It's just they're going in a whole different direction with that from just all girls, which is pretty cool.
They have a 2-legged dog.
They did.
They have a 2-legged dog with back wheels.
Ryan has a little buddy at the dog park that has wheels for his back legs, and he's like,
oh my gosh.
Not a lot. He doesn't let a lot of dogs play with him.
Welcome to the show, Dude.
Body. What's that?
I was saying, welcome to the show, Dude. Dude.
hey, dude.
They definitely, though, with Friends, they're going for that more kind of like urban diversity theme, which is cool. I mean, they're changing it up from what it totally started as, which is
because they realize that that's their market share. So that's just good. That's just good marketing.
Definitely. I mean, they watch their analytics and metrics. I mean, Lego's not stupid. They know,
they bury that stuff, right? And they did it for years. Like that line was like years in the making.
Yeah,
and they would do with like focus groups, even at the conventions, just like talking to girls about like what like the play, like what's their play time, like what do they want in their like in their little like fantasy play worlds.
Yeah, they spent a ton on that.
Because as much as I like to criticize Lego for having terrible market research, I must say they're getting better this year with all the rapid changes they've been making.
Well, you got to also understand, working in those marketing departments, like when I used to work there, they all don't listen. They fight over the research too. So, and upper management will make their changes. So, and then over time, it just slowly evolves into what it should be and
the turnover rate there doesn't help either.
Exactly, that too. So it's like it's frustrating. As a creative in those departments, I would sit there and just be like, "Well, you guys hired me for a creative opinion, but you're not even going to listen. So I'll just be quiet now."
Creatives get the last say for some reason.
Yeah, it's just like, okay.
Hey, Mayo, what is it that you normally criticize their market research about? Like, what's
I think the main crux is that Lego collectors are one of the most devout hobbyists in the world, and people will pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars per set. And Lego has made so much good stuff in the past, which is why I'm a vintage fan of Lego and a fan of old Lego. And there are sets from the past that they could bring back, and they could sell some sets, like they could re-release the airport shuttle if they ever got around to that. They could charge $500. That was originally a $170 set in 1990. They could sell it for $500 and people would buy it. They'll throw their money at Lego, yet they just don't re-release stuff that people want. It's the best way to make money as a company, especially when you have such loyal customers, which is Lego collectors. Giving the people what you want, giving the people what they want, is the fast lane to making billions and billions of dollars. And Lego's missing out on a real opportunity to re-release old stuff and acquire licenses that are really popular that they just don't want to spend the money for, and instead they just raise the prices by 25% to cover their losses when they wouldn't have to if they just gave us what we want.
Right. So quick question, what generation are you? I don't want to ask you your age because it's disrespectful. I was born in 2001, but I started off collecting Lego in 2005 because I inherited a whole bunch of vintage town and space sets from my brother, who was born in 1985. And when I first started watching YouTube, practically every Lego set in every Lego YouTube video back then was from the 90s. And I had I just have so much nostalgia building all of my inheritance sets, and I just found more and more vintage Lego people in the late 2000s and early 2010s that the passion just grew. And over time, I realized, you know what? I really don't like 6 stud wide vehicles. I don't like 8 stud wide vehicles. It's just too big. And the magic of Lego used to be you could spend pocket money and buy a cute little set, but that isn't all that common anymore. We don't have a lot of the ratio of $10 sets compared to all other different price points is much lower than it used to be. And really they're just pricing kids out of the market because they know AFOLs will pay hundreds of dollars for re-releases of sets and for licensed sets that we've never gotten licenses for. So just to clarify, you prefer the 4-wide car?
Absolutely.
So you would rather have a car that would fit through the doorway of a building scale-wise?
Well, technically that's impossible.
That's a go-kart, in my opinion.
Because
the only way to do it is 7 stud wide. That's the only step.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I wouldn't mind if Speed Champions were 12 stud wide. Like just that 2 wide, the 2 extra studs to the 8 gives so much more shaping details and opportunities for the designers to like really shape them out. There's a big difference in my opinion.
According to current science, 8 + 2 is 10.
Wait, what did I say?
You said 12.
You said 12.
Oh yeah. No. But the change they went from
it's the new math, Mark.
What I meant to say was they went from 6 to 8. That's what I meant to say.
So Mayo, when in my experience, and I was born in 1970, the Lego was very how would you say it? They didn't pay attention really to the adult fan community at all because it wasn't a percentage of their sales, or at least the way they saw it. And over the years, and again, there's a lot of turnover there, and a lot of this has changed, and legal jumps in, and marketing jumps in, and IPs jump in, blah, blah, blah. And so it used to be that we weren't a concern of theirs at all, and they would do nothing for us. And it was really kind of like the explosion of honestly, it was like the growth of the internet that kind of showed them that there was a bigger community out there, and the internet gave AFOLs more opportunity to buy more brick in bulk than just like, if I need multiple of this piece, I've got to go buy that quantity of this set that the piece exists in. And so it was really only like an expendable income hobby. at that time. And so when people started to be able to get together and get rid of their extra pieces.
Just to say something really quickly, I can pinpoint 3 distinct moments in Lego's history where they realized, hey, AFOLs represent a sizable total of our market share. One was when they came out with the UCS sets for Star Wars.
Okay.
2 was when they came out with the Creator Expert theme, and 3 was the Lego Movie.
Are you missing the Legends? Are you missing all the re-releases that they did do? Because they did for a while in the early 2000s, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Because they re-released the 1980 Main Street. They re-released the Metroliner, Pizza to Go, other sets like that.
We tried to do like the King's Mountain. Anything like it.
Wild West. Some of the Wild West sets from 1996, 1997. I believe they even re-released the Lego truck that came out in 1997.
And what do you think about what they're doing now with like the Galaxy Explorer?
That's absolutely amazing. I bought.
Right.
I'm just waiting till that goes on sale at Kmart Australia. Right now it's $160. I'm waiting until that goes under one. I'm waiting until that goes at 20% off. But it's an online
sale here.
I love that tractor. Why are we showing the tractor? Because I love that set.
Need to re-release this stuff. They brought back farm, but it's like garbage farm. We need good farm.
How old?
Anyway, sorry guys.
That was from 2005, I think.
I gotta go now for part 5 of Paradise a month. So I'll see you whenever I see you.
Cool. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Mayo. Appreciate it, buddy.
Mayo, you inspired me to create like
always a pleasure talking to you guys, and I always enjoy the fake beef of good-hearted competition.
Nice to meet you, Mayo.
No problem.
It takes me back to the 80s commercials. What is it, Wendy's? Where's the beef? With the old lady slamming the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, the history's tough.
I think all of us now are in the same generation of all of that.
Yeah. So that really inspires me to like build a Paradisa box of wine.
I was like watching the History Channel. I was like watching
It's like the Real Housewives of Paradisa. It's coming.
I didn't really, because they haven't made four stud wide cars since I was like a kid. Like, and then because Speed Champions now is 6, then they went to 8. And like I was saying, I wouldn't mind if they bumped it 4 more up to 12. But
they do the airport vehicles are like 4 wide, but
the micro build.
The 8 wide are nice because you can put 2 people in them, so they're realistic.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, essentially, a minifig is 4 studs wide.
Now you need to be the truck.
You can do a 7.
Yeah, with their hands, they are 4 studs wide. Yeah.
Whoa.
Trucks have to be 9 or 10 then, if the cars are 8.
The one thing about the Galaxy Explorer, I was hoping that and I know back in the day, because I was a classic space kid, I used to love mocking ships, and it was always flat and triangular, but I was hoping they would have made it more new age and like put some depth to it, but they kept that classic look, and they had a little depth to it, but I was just hoping it would be a little more, kind of like what they did for the what's that Disney dude from Toy Story, Buzz Lightyear, his ship was that little Buzz Lightyear ship was pretty cool. It was like a classic spaceship, but it was like, it was kind of had depth to it. It was nice. Like, I was hoping they would do that, but not that the new Galaxy Explorer is a bad set. I just wanted it to be a little more like dimensionalized.
There it is.
Perfection.
I need to get that actually. It was on sale at Walmart for like $75. Yeah.
Hey.
I love the ship. I just wanted to see a little bit more bottom to it.
No, because the original only had a plate.
I know. I had the original, so that's why I just wanted to see it. Personal taste. I just wanted to see a little depth to the thing.
Yeah, I have every classic space set from 77 through 84.
I'm trying to get.
I'm like way into it, but I think this is a great translation of what they intended.
Oh no, you definitely. That's what I said. It is. I was just hoping they would have. I'm looking for and I built it when I was a kid. It was the little, they called it the space shuttle, but really it was just a little white Galaxy Explorer micro build. It was the 442, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard
to
take
find on the big screen.
It's hard to find in a sealed box now. And I know why it's hard to find a sealed box box, but I believe it's 442. It was just a little white Galaxy Explorer box that was meant to supplement the Moon Command base set. And they called it the space shuttle because it was just a white little ship.
Mhm.
But it's impossible to find sealed in a box. I cannot find it anywhere. Like I built it off my parts. It's a tiny little cool ship, but
Look,
yeah, I think
anybody who doesn't like the change that Lego makes over time, just remember this used to be the Learjet. This is what you got.
Yeah.
39 pieces. That's all you got.
Yeah, no, I totally get why they did the Galaxy Explorer the way they did. I was just hoping they would.
No, I'm just saying for cars, for planes, for anything that's steady. I mean, yeah, progress marches on. We're getting a lot more parts for a relatively okay amount of price point. But this is one of the first sets I ever had as a kid. Seriously, 39 pieces.
Well, let me see if I can find my first set.
The one I remember, besides the Moon Command base, was that little 44. I believe it's 442, and it's so. I'm probably never going to find it.
Yep, here's a jet. You know,
Yeah, that thing looks cool.
this is from the airport. There were two of them actually in a biplane. So this is, pretty cool.
What year is that? I like the new shit.
This would have been air show. This is probably 2012 or 13. I mean, my first set was 570 or something. Fire Station. Actually, Cheap Ass had one, but I'm guessing since Philly's already happened, I'm guessing it's probably gone. Cheap Ass Bricks out on the East Coast. He finds everything. I mean,
yeah, he does find a lot of stuff.
Oh my God, East Coast is so densely populated. He finds stuff that I'm like, that's freaking from '73, and they got the box and everything. I'm like, I could use it because my mom says she gave me the instructions. I don't have the instructions. I got the base plate. I probably have all the pieces, but yeah, I mean, the only stuff I have instructions for is like all the 80s space stuff, my city stuff. But anything from when I was 5 years old, no, I don't have that.
They have a podcast, Mark, called Ballin' and Haulin'.
Yeah,
what?
Guys on there.
Sunday
What's
night.
up?
He's a podcast. He's on a podcast called Balling and Hauling, and he's
Hauling and
Hauling.
Hauling and Hauling.
Flip it, hauling and balling.
or Hauling and Walling. Yeah,
Yeah, they've been going for a while. Their episodes are way out there.
Tomato.
So yeah, that's they're one of the long ones. They've been out there. I mean, I miss it now and then. I mean, but yeah, that's another good show. There's enough out there. Weekends are crazy. There's too many shows on the weekends. It's nuts.
When I asked him about that little, I believe it's 442. He's like, "Yeah, good luck finding that," because they were the little box poly bags. They were like tiny. And back in the day, my uncle, it was like a Christmas gift everyone gave you, and now it's impossible to find these things.
That ain't Moto.
What the heck is that, Moto? Big screen. They're on the big screen there. You must be getting ready for Halloween. Oh,
That's awesome.
Is that her face now?
I like the eyes.
Nice work.
Who is her?
Her is okay. See the torso down the lower left.
Yeah, he in his line of.
look what he grabs too. Dang.
Right with the boobs.
Jesus. You obviously have not been to art school.
Oh, he's grabbing the small of the back now. Whoa.
Well, he's dancing with her. That's where he's supposed to stand, right? When you're, doing the nice,
I don't know.
dance. Yeah, hey, we'll play some romantic music. Turn the lights down.
Did you change the cat's head motor, or you left it the same?
Yeah, I can show that next, but yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I just remember people were saying to make it smaller or something like that. I don't know.
So I did adjust the cat. It wasn't the head.
Shut up.
The head was fine.
Oh, Jeff. Uh-huh.
Jeff, he's married. It might be his mistress he's making, for the Lego room.
You can call her a girlfriend if she's down.
Because it looks really proportional to me.
It is now, yeah. What I did is I widened the entire body down.
Yeah.
And then I reduced the head backwards.
Yeah.
So the neck was too long.
So sturdy that you can hold it like that.
Yeah. Not that it was bad before. It just looks way more proportional now.
Yeah, I know. I do the same thing, but I do it with just random foliage and vines. I can't imagine structure out of it.
That technique reminds me before.
Give me part of your brain. Give me part of your brain.
That technique reminds me so much of the wicker deer you see on lawns at Christmas with the lights around them. It looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So put fairy lights in there. Put it out in the lawn.
Yeah, exactly. So, yep, the body got a lot wider. So I had the musculature down, but I didn't have the floof.
I mean, it looked great before, but now you can tell it's a little more streamlined. And
you're killing it with the floof.
And then the tail, I had to completely rebuild the tail because I split about 20 elements in the other one.
Bigger. The tail looks bigger than it did. Did you go bigger with it?
Little floofier. Yeah.
I like it. It balances it out. It's nice.
And the nose got a little bit of a detail there.
Yeah, I like the whiskers
what
too.
Piece is that from?
The whiskers.
Oh, did you cut a leaf and put the click it or like the
hearts?
Yeah.
And it's got the butthole probably.
Yeah, I see. Of course, it has a butthole. Doink.
Doink.
So what did you have to cut? What did you cut? Which part? Oh, the leaf part.
The nose. The nose.
Moto, I think it needs a little bit more of a bridge of a nose.
I'm not opposed to that either. I had to do that just now for
a bridge of a nose.
A bridge of a nose. It looks like he's dented between his eyes.
Yeah, that's because I went under. I went under with the joint. I guess I could go over.
Yeah.
Yep. Tear it apart. Start over.
No, the proportions look awesome. I like it.
You'll notice that some of the parts did fail. Like right by the eye, you can see where the element has split.
Did you draw this first before you built it? Like, is it?
No. I just looked at cats on the internet, and you look up cat skeleton and cat anatomy.
Oh wow!
Oh, I like the paws too with the toes.
Yeah. Perfect claws.
We don't have a cat at home, so I had to look at a bunch of internet pictures to.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, the little shapings that you've done to it make it look even better. It was great before, but it looks. I could tell from the back that when I saw it, I was like, that looks a little different.
I'd tell you more about it, but I'm dead now. Oh no way!
That's awesome.
Look, a part split. There's a split part now in the head, right there.
What? Where?
Right up here.
It's hard to see on camera.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Too much tension.
Yeah, if you put too much stress and it gets cold in the house during winter, it turns out everything starts splitting apart.
Oh dear Lord, you need a humidor for your creations.
I know.
That's a hard part to break, though. Jeez, there can't be that much tension.
For that piece, and don't ask me why I know this. If you spray a little olive oil on everything, it keeps it like.
Yeah, it's just that it went through. It was in the garage because I was shooting the video in the garage, and I left it overnight. And I should have, and it went below freezing.
Oh, you neglected it.
He's got his cheese in his paw.
Yeah,
I love the cheese.
Bring it into the big house, Moto. Overnight.
What was that?
You need to bring your creations into the big house.
Yeah. I know.
I would say I'm pretty sure he's going to come to life and kill you for leaving him out there, neglecting him.
Yeah, but I did the video, I did the photos. I guess people kind of like it. I'm still trying to figure out if anybody else has done this with sculptures. I've seen planets, I've seen spheres, I've seen rings, I've seen a peacock with a spread, but I've never seen an actual wrap like this.
And why are you looking to see if other people have done it?
Yeah,
because if you're the first to invent a new building style, you get to name it, right? That's the
whole
point.
Cares.
Yeah, I agree with Mark about that, but I haven't really seen people do what you're doing with it.
Well, just for those young people that are watching, just think, when Moto dies, it'll be like Captain America, Winter Soldier. He's gonna save his brain. The Lego people are gonna want his brain to keep building Lego ideas. Just think.
I'm gonna keep mumbling about Tahiti bricks like over and over and over.
Good point, Reed.
I'm like Tahiti.
Did it when you the Moto the peacock when you saw? Did they make the body that way or just the tail?
No. So it's brick built body, and they did the fan. They did the tail, or they did the wings as well as a. It was like a sheet, a 2D sheet.
Yep.
Spread.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone make bodies out of it like you have.
No, someone else who's really good did a bunch of spheres in different sizes and scales. But
to me,
after I built that stuff, I started to go back and I was like, man, I can't be the one who's like started this thing. I started to try to find somebody else. But
I mean, a sphere is a sphere. You're actually like shaping things out of it, which is unique.
Yeah, it's a little different. I hope more people do it. Unfortunately, you have to buy a lot of
connectors
stuff.
Yeah.
Lug bolt.
Yeah.
Or Germany, because the euro sucks right now compared to the dollar.
I never really buy bulk, but I told you guys like a week ago I got 200 or 300.
What color is that, Moto?
The glow in the dark carrots. I was lucky to
It's
score.
it's
In the
called
dark carrots. Where does that even come in?
Avatar. They're the carrot parts, and I trade shirts with the guy at the store in New York City, like the Lego mashup shirts I make. He like loves them, so he brought them out of the back. He's like, "Look at this bag." I couldn't tell it was 200 or 300. I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take those." They were glow in the dark carrots.
Is it in the tree set?
It's in. I don't know which Avatar set it's in, but it's where he said they came from. I don't know how he even had a random little bag of them, but
I'm gonna look at it.
And again, what color?
Glow in the dark.
Oh,
glow in the dark. Yeah, they're glow in the dark little carrots.
Yeah, that's the priciest Tree of Life Avatar set.
Yes. Okay, then I have them because I bought that.
Yeah.
I don't know how because I always get coaster track from him. He knows when I usually come in, I'm like, give me as much coaster track you have in the back. But this time he just pulled out those carrots, and I was like, yeah, I'll take them. I'll use them for something eventually.
Right.
Yeah, they don't even have it listed on Bricklink yet.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Inventory, but they have it listed in like for sale.
I gave him 4 T-shirts and he just gave them to me.
Sweet, good job. But yeah, my son was sitting with me, and over 30 minutes we dialed in the eyes.
Good call. No, the eyes are perfect. What is that radar dish from?
So it's 2 radar dishes. There's a medium blue dish inverted behind the light blue dish with the electricity pattern.
Yeah, so it's like a reverse dish, and then the one out in the other direction pinned down.
Yeah, and then these light green. They're the creepy green from one of my favorite hidden side over there.
Oh, okay.
So
the
those,
electricity works great.
No way. All right.
So yeah, that weird green worked really well with the floral theme. I tried white. It looked, oh my God. There was so many eyes that looked like it was a zombie or just creeper, but for some reason this combo is working well.
The electricity prints look great as like a part of the iris and stuff.
I even tried the googly eyes. I've tried.
Yeah. No, the way you did it is better than the googly eyes. Definitely.
I tried putting a flower in there with the thing on top as the iris. No, nothing worked.
No,
but this
those electricity parts look great. Are you going to give her? Obviously, you're probably going to give her more hair, right? Like,
I just started on the hair, yeah, but the eyebrows are looking okay. The mouth is not great. I have to work more on the mouth solution, but I worked the bridge of the nose because the last time I was on, you guys were talking about how it needed an eyebrow shape. So I added one element for the eyebrow shape to give it a lid to close off and not just have an open circle of an eye, and then give it eyebrows. And now I'm starting to stack lavender tonight to get the crown of hair.
yeah.
The mouth and the nose are very kind of like Cindy Lou Who.
Or what?
Cindy Lou Who?
I have to look
I can see that. Yeah, they're from whatchamacallit.
Dr. Seuss,
Yeah. I can see that. I can definitely see that.
Oh. All I wanted to do is not look creepy, because if you guys rewind, I've got the second.
Cindy Lou had a very animated look to her, like so.
I have the second
You're
attempt here.
here. Like this is beautiful regardless. So like
Look at how it started. This will give you nightmares.
Yeah, it's a witch.
no, not at all. No, actually, I like the shape of it because you were onto something there. It's
the nose is a little crazy.
Shape.
Yeah, this is.
The nose is a little bit abrupt, but
yeah, it's out there. But yeah, I see what you're saying. The cheekbones are nice. The eye divots are cool. Like
the skull shape is perfect.
I'm telling you, in person, this creeps my son out. He runs away when I pull it out.
Looked like it was a start to Pinocchio there.
He's like, "Why did you even keep that together? Take that apart, Daddy. It freaks me out."
You're inviting spirits into the house, Dad.
Yeah, probably he's hearing voices at this point. But no, I mean, I think this is where if I put hair on it, it's not going to look too weird or creepy. It's going to look more friendly or wistful.
Yeah,
it does now.
That's why
because you know, Sir Meowsalot has made children cry, and that's not my intent. It was at FanX in Denver. There were really young kids. They were in strollers, And I think to the young minds, it freaked them out, and they started crying. But it was only like 3 or 4 out of how many people went through there, Larry? It was like thousands. So a very small percentage got triggered, but overall, most people like Sir Meows a lot. Of course, the next thing is once I finish Flower Girl, someone's going to want me to make a mask, so I've already started thinking about that.
Or a male version.
No, Flower Girl.
Are you worried about what people want? Like, are you building what you want to build?
I mean, I want to make a wearable because Sir Meowsalot's getting older. He's like 2.5, 3 years old. It's time for something different.
That's a need. Yep.
No, I mean it's not a need; it's a want. I want to try something with this technique because
I meant a creative need.
Oh yeah.
I'm like you, Mark. If something gets stuck in my head, eventually I just have to get it out. I just build. If I want to, because it'll stay in my head for months and months, and I'll just think where I need this. And then slowly, and then eventually, I just get it out.
Got to find an expression for it.
That's exactly where the cat came from. I started on the Flower Girl. And then I remembered, oh God, little buddy loves a cat. And then that thing came together really fast. I mean, once I got used to the kind of how to visualize the way to build it and how to sculpt it, so it's kind of nuts. It's like you have to start training your brain to think a little differently.
It's bonkers. Yes.
Where it's not, you can't just make the overall shape. You have to like trace out.
Yeah, because of the technique.
The splines of where the splines and the musculature of the body would naturally have the eye flow across it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see that, but it's almost like you have to build the correct rows to get the eye to kind of put it together.
Yeah.
But just like with any sculpture, like from what you first had, which looked amazing, you've just chiseled it down and shaped it to that, which is even cooler. So it looks good.
You know what I say? The 9th time is the charm.
Yeah.
Man, I barely have the patience for a second go around.
No, I've been hammering on this thing it's got to be like the 8th or 9th iteration of tuning it in over 2 weeks, and I'm sick of it. I just want to put the hair on and walk away. But
I hear you.
Every time I come back after sleeping, I'm like, oh no, this little, like the cheek isn't quite right. Or the ears aren't quite right, or there's this little bit of half stud off this way or this way. I love Chester on the top of your head, by the way. Or is that Chester's girlfriend? That's Chester.
That's why I just let things sit and I sleep on it and slowly just evolve it before I just show it.
There have been times where I have to get out of bed at like 4 a.m. Like, I got to get down to the studio.
I mean,
and try
every time I show this, I get another feedback reaction, which is like it's not there. It's looking a little weird. But tonight it seems like from nailing the eyes, it's getting close. So that's a good sign. Because I listen to you guys. I listen to the feedback and I try to improve it if I can. I am thinking of like an anime hairstyle though, like with a Groot, like Groot style.
Yeah,
like
there you go.
Yeah, that's why I was asking what you're going to do with the hair, because it'll.
Originally, I wanted it to be long hair that flows back, but now I'm thinking like the Groot, like updo blast. Might be the way to go, because it might look like a tiara, or we might put a tiara on there. I don't know.
It'll definitely give it more personality with it, whichever way you go with the hair.
I don't know. We'll see. I don't know until I'm actually putting the branches down and run into problems I have to solve that I really commit.
Moto, I love that about you, that like you're such a talent on your own accord, and you look for feedback from people, because you can drop it the first day that you showed it to us and it'd be amazing to everybody.
Yeah.
And you're still looking to make the best. I think that shows a lot for like a really strong character.
Thanks. I mean, I'm decent. I get by, but
he's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's this idea like, God, what was the feat? I can't remember the writer. Maybe it's Harlan Ellison, but someone wrote about Harlan Ellison. It was like, this guy comes up with a new genre of science fiction.
Okay.
And he doesn't leave any room for any other writer to explore it because he's already cratered the whole thing in the first shot.
Yeah. I got it from Maya Angelou, who was like, as soon as you know everything, feel free to roll over and die.
Right.
No. I mean,
congratulations. You know everything. Good for you. It's like,
no, I mean, that's not the ego point. But the point is, like, if I'm exploring a new space, I want to have it as good as I can make it so that other people can be inspired to build their own things.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. It's
Well,
great.
they make it natural for the creative process to keep changing and molding and slowly, you know, like
Also a great way to approach a community because it's not just
only the best is good enough, right? Only the best is good enough.
Because every creative department I ever worked in, the account team's like, well, they could do that in a day. And it's like, yeah, but they give us 3 to 4 weeks for a reason because I'm going to do something and then I'm going to sleep on it, come back and just modify it, change it. So
Yeah,
it's just normal.
the amount of time that we spent like trying to convince the directors at Legoland that they needed to keep the budgets where they were at for Lego models for the Legoland parks, let alone increase them.
Yeah,
was exorbitant on the time that we could have spent building and designing.
actually building stuff, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's common. When I worked, go ahead.
Most of the Connecticut offices are the ones doing those models too for the parks and the stuff like that.
Oh, so wait.
When I was there years ago,
it was Merlin. Merlin owned the vast interest in Legoland still. So it was like Connecticut would not touch us at all. As a matter of fact, like they would oftentimes ship our brick shipments, and I worked there from 2008 to 2009 to 2013. We would get our shipments like bumped for Connecticut. And there was no crossover whatsoever. Like we were all just Merlin, and Merlin was on the back burner of everything of all of the shipments. So when it came to the Lego parks,
they were always making the I don't know if it was for Legoland specifically, but they were always just making Connecticut was always their master builders were always making the big sculpture stuff for who knows where.
Mall of America.
Yeah, they were. I don't know where they were shipping them, but
during the time that I was there, like they did the Mall of America refresh, and so they put all of those huge like sculptures in the rafters of Mall of America, and like put them all like over the Lego store because in like the I want to call it a garden unit, but that's a Chicago term. But they're in like the they're almost out in the walkways. Like they don't have a ceiling on their store. They're in like the atrium area.
Yeah, the mech stopped traffic in the Czech Republic as it was being built upwards outside. I mean, it was huge, and so it stopped traffic in the Czech Republic when they were because they didn't build it all in Connecticut. They built a lot of that all over the world.
Yeah, I assume that they were doing Legoland too.
Legoland only got reacquired by, or somewhat partially reacquired by the Lego company about 5 years ago or something like that. Right near the end of my tenure, like 2016, somewhere in there. Yeah,
I was also there over like 15 years ago. I was there a long time ago. So
yeah.
And I was I was in the design marketing department, so I would just see the master builders in Connecticut always working on these huge sculptures.
Yeah, so Connecticut did a lot of cool stuff. They did the what was the Technicar that they built, where everything was Lego except the tires?
The Bugatti.
The Bugatti, yes.
Or the Lamborghini. Which one? Lamborghini or Bugatti?
The Bugatti was life size too. I think it was like actual.
It was the first one, right?
So both have been done life scale.
Okay.
The Lamborghini was at
Rose.
Stud, which Legoland? The one in Florida or the one in California? Did you work at?
No, I worked at the Connecticut office as a graphic
designer. He didn't work for Legoland. He worked for
corporate. Mary Ann worked for Legoland at one point out in California.
She worked for the same.
She worked for Legoland. Yeah.
So they switched it while I was there. I was there probably 2 years after Mary Ann. They switched it to our shop. Became too expensive for Legoland California to purchase models from, but we were like 2 miles away from the park. And so we became Legoland Studios, right, yes. And so we built Malaysia, we built California, we built Japan, we built Dubai, and we did Atlanta and City and all these LDCs. And the way the business model worked, it was basically like it was too expensive for them to put too many models into the park. So by the time like Kansas City was open, they had this huge like Miniland room inside the Kansas City LDC that was like 25% filled with models. And it was like all like, this is Kansas City landmarks. It was more of a like, yeah. So anyway, that was a very different experience from what
I just assumed when I saw them doing, because they were in Connecticut, they would do so many big, like the set builders were always in Denmark, and then in Connecticut, the master builders were doing these huge sculptures, and I just assumed they were doing the Legoland as well. Or
no,
I didn't. They were. I just assumed they were going everywhere that they did like big installations.
When did you leave Connecticut, by the way?
Well, I'm technically, I'm still in it right now.
Okay.
But I'm way down near New York City right now. But I stopped working there.
So I ended up as art director for
years ago. It was like at least 15, 16 years ago.
The last position I had before I left was art director, and it was for the hotel brand. And like the fighting I had to do with Lego corporate on like IPs and other stuff.
You can relate to that.
Yeah. And it was all they were trying to like pull as much stuff away as they could from the Legoland brand because it wasn't theirs anymore. And so we fought a lot with like just like basic resources, but also like it was a separate brand so fully that like if they jumped in on Florida, they jumped in on Florida because they wanted to promote Chima because they thought Chima was going to be their own IP. And so there's like, if you go, I don't know what it's like now, but there was a full on like experiential like Chima ride at the Florida park that was like you go through the entire like process of like whatever the story of Chima was.
Yeah.
And we didn't have a lot of support. I was the contact for Lego corporate from Merlin. That's the name of the company that owned that still owns a huge share of Legoland parks. And they would dive in and be like, no, this is how you have to do this and this is how you have to do that and blah blah blah. So like as much as I worked for Legoland, like I've actually never been an employee of Lego because they were so separate at the time that I worked there that like I've never received a paycheck from Lego.
Ever. I was doing mostly like marketing materials, packaging overflow. So occasionally,
packaging overflow.
Design, I would do a mini.
What does that mean?
Well, when there was too much of their team in Denmark to do all the packaging, they would have the Connecticut graphic designers do it. So we were kind of linked in. Yeah. Well, I would do minifigure art sometimes and but most of the time was advertisements, website stuff. And I would always tell them, like, you guys need to bring a technology team in-house. You keep failing at this technology stuff because you keep farming it out to agencies. Like, I think they used to have their own video game development team and they just canned them. So until they really have a team in-house where they can really creatively grow something, like, we're going to keep failing at the technology side of things if they keep doing it the way they do it.
Well, and that's what I thought, like, Mayo was going to, like, I think that's from what Mayo said earlier about, like, them being behind the times on, like, certain market research things is how they've approached the digital market and like being way behind the times with Lego Universe.
Definitely. Back then when I worked there, they were behind the times and it was just the start of it. So like it was
dimensions. It was way too late. Like they were way outside. Yeah.
They need to do more. They need more of this stuff is what they need to do more of. This stuff was awesome when they did this stuff.
Lego DNA.
See, that's the stuff whenever I walked into Connecticut past the master builders, I just assumed they did everything that went into malls and Legolands. I didn't know about those contracts, so I was just
is that Duplo?
Nope, that's grand opening Park Meadows. That is standard blocks. Master Builder Dan was the one that built that. That Jim on the left there is the one that's passed away. He was a TwinLUG member down in the Springs that actually had a heart attack.
It's a Yoda with hot dog finger hands, like in what was that movie? Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they've come a long way. They would even do that more today. They would make that even better than it is.
Yeah, so we actually built the inaugural. It's hard to see in the picture, but we built the inaugural SpongeBob master build
That thing's
thing.
huge. Yeah, that thing's big.
So a couple of us were actually in the book. So that book is like the master builder book that would go around to the shows. And so I think we were in that book because we were part of that inaugural building of that SpongeBob, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool being in a book. Cool. So, but
they were always because they were always offering the Connecticut designers like move to Denmark, we'll give you a position there. They never seemed to have enough graphic design support in Denmark back then, and that's why the Connecticut office would kind of take all the overflow that their team was just
graphic designers. Well, if they needed graphic designers, this person right here probably could have helped them, but they instead they got rid of him.
Yeah, I would always talk to Kevin about that because he was there years after I left. I left long before he even came in. The funny thing is I ended up at the New York City agencies that had Lego would farm out stuff to them. So I was working on, that's how I got hired. I left Lego and got hired at a New York ad agency, and I was working on some of the stuff when they were starting digital, the marketing stuff for that. And it was a weird transition, but that's just how it is in the graphic design industry. You bounce around like that. But they were always like, move to Denmark, and I just didn't want to do it. I love New York. I love Connecticut. I didn't want to leave. But even to this day, I always see job postings for designers, graphic designers in Denmark. It's like every month they want to hire graphic designers. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
But when I was in Connecticut, I just assumed because I wasn't associated with all those big master builders, I would just see them doing their thing, and I just assumed that they controlled all of the stuff that went out to places.
Well, they probably built for all kinds of projects. I mean, they're doing stuff for stores too. So like Lego had a lot of stores. They might have been doing it for a lot of the newer stores going up in Europe too.
Yeah. Like I said, I just assumed
they were rebranding the stores during that time too.
Yeah, they did. We had stores that like the one I started at, Mills, was an outlet store. Cement floors, movable shelves. It's now a yellow store now. It looks like a regular store, but
I guarantee they downtown Disney during that time.
Yeah. So I mean, they they changed a lot of stuff. I mean, even what's funny is when they first built a lot of the Lego stores, the brand ribbon parts were built by the AFOLs.
Okay.
So.
I just never really looked into it because I didn't work with that team that much. I just knew they had tons. I would see tons. The floor of their master builders there was big. They had a lot of builders in Connecticut doing really big stuff.
And a lot of marketing stuff too.
Yeah, that's where I was.
All the shots of like the time lapse of what they were building.
Yeah, I was in the marketing part.
Yeah, there's a picture. The one they were building one at one point when I visited Hinkle, and we walked through wearing like matching T-shirts and stuff. And I mean, I don't think I've ever slowed it down enough, but you can see us kind of walk by in one frame. You just see us kind of go by and or stand there for a little bit. That was kind of cool because I visited him a couple times out there in Connecticut. I moved him out there, and then I think I went and visited once after that when he was at when we went to Brick Fair, New England. So
he's way up there in Connecticut too, though. Like I mean, he's almost near Massachusetts. Wow. I used to commute from Fairfield County all an hour and a half every day, almost up to. That's another reason why I left because I was sick of commuting every day.
Well, he might be moving to Massachusetts because his wife is now part of the Highway Patrol.
Yeah, so she was going to be a state trooper, right?
Yep. She just got that just within the last few weeks. I think she got that.
Mr. Hinkle doing?
Huh?
How is everyone's favorite Kevin doing?
He's doing good. I mean, with no Jesse tonight, there's no reason for him to be here. But you know what? I finally fixed the Patreon. I had to go and wipe all my memberships, start all over, and then so now he's back on there. So I talked to him on his stream yesterday. And I says, yeah, I figure this is the bribe to get you back to finish Jesse. And he's like, yeah, Jesse's my biggest muse right now. I mean,
the one thing I regret when I was there for the couple of years I was there, I never took advantage of the employee store. The employee store there is insane.
The other difference you have to realize too is the employees and the employee store and all that stuff, no limits. I worked in retail. Our limit was like $2,000, post discount or whatever. So like $4,000 of Lego a year.
Yeah.
And then at one point I said, hey, you know, can we get this bumped to like 2,500? It was a year I was doing a lot of stuff for a lot of the cancer kids. I was buying a lot of stuff, and I was out of discount. It was near the holidays. I said, hey, can you bump it? They bumped it to 2,500. But the thing is, though, like Kevin's like, yeah, at corporate here, we don't have a limit. I'm like,
well, they do that. They do that because they're outside brands like Legoland and the Lego store, because they're like they get more random people in there than they have like they can vet themselves.
Well, they can't watch
selling them on the secondary market for profit.
Like
well,
right now, if you go in there in that employee store, you could probably still find like the candy cane X-wings that people want. They probably still have them in there. Like they had so much like just random stock in that store. It was insane. I just never took advantage of it. Like,
well, the other thing too is like I heard from like somebody at Lego at one point that said, you know what, technically, this is a technicality in reselling Lego. As an employee of Lego, you can't resell the Lego you buy with discount, but you could resell Lego. So I mean, I'm like, you know what? I don't mind walking that tightrope, but I mean, why do it? I mean, yeah, I buy crap tons of poly bags. 90% of the poly bags probably came from Toys R Us that I own.
Yeah.
But do you really want to do it? Basically, when the only reason I was delayed in my hiring was because I had a Bricklink store. Hinkle's like, you have a Bricklink store? I said, what? Because they hired someone. He's like, I thought you were going to hire me. And he's like, yeah, but your Bricklink store. I'm like, I went home and I shut it down that night. I mean, I still have it. I always had it, but it was always closed because I couldn't do anything with it. I used it for inventory. Bricklink, why not use that for inventory?
It was in the fine print in the Connecticut office when you sign your employee contract that you're not supposed to sell that stuff. But I mean, that's why I just never kind of paid attention.
I never did. I mean, but I also walked that line between Lego employee and AFOL, probably better than most employees. And it's funny. I mean, it still got me canned. I don't know. I mean, it's funny because they're creating that manufacturing plant in Virginia, and so it's a perfect time for me to ask. And I asked, hey, you know, is there anything out there? Because my release from Lego kind of happened right after my manager left. But no problems in my reviews other than the fact that they always mentioned I was an AFOL. I'm like, but
they don't like that. They don't like the AFOLs working on retail.
Well, you know what? If you go back, if you watch the Forever Sorting story that Hinkle and Bricksmith did, I can point to the time where the bigwigs at Lego who had their huge vision went from big vision to absolute tunnel vision on the AFOLs. Oh, AFOLs? Oh, there's an AFOL abusing the discount out in Seattle. That means all AFOLs are dishonest, crooks, thieves, whatever. And so then, I mean, and I've got I'm branded as an AFOL on my employee page. It says I build with Lego. I got a clear castle. I build stuff in memory of people with cancer. Yeah, so I mean, I wasn't afraid to do it, and I walked that tightrope. But it was like, right as my boss left, it's like, you know, and it didn't help that law got passed that a lot of management went to hourly, and I'm like, oh man, busted
that's the thing there too.
hourly.
At least in Connecticut, I don't know about Denmark, but in Connecticut, a lot of the upper management there were people that came from companies like Pepsi and other places that don't understand the AFOL culture at all. It's just a job for them.
Right.
Well, the one guy that,
and so it was that's why, like I said earlier, I would just shut up in meetings because it's like you guys don't even get it, so it's okay.
Well, the one story I heard was one of the higher ups.
It's fine, everything's fine.
Closed, and I'm like, okay, so his store failed, but he gets to get moved to corporate. I'm like, okay.
There's a lot of that Connecticut office were people from Pepsi, which is right in.
Well, they did have Coke in that warehouse. Coke had the back part of their warehouse when they first at the one warehouse where the retail division was. The part of that was used by Coke for a long time. So I don't know if they did how long they used it, because eventually they got big out there. They might have said, "Hey, you guys got to find another warehouse. We need the rest of our warehousing in."
They were taking a lot of the executives though from purchasing stores and like getting them up into Connecticut into there. Like that's what I mean. Like upper management there, that's when they started making all the AFOL rules and all that crazy stuff. And I think it was even different in Denmark. They had a whole different set of rules. So it was.
Wow.
I just didn't pay attention to it.
Well, what's funny is, I mean, they did have that inside ideas thing, and one of my inside ideas did get taken, and they used it on the old POS systems. My idea for having a discount button for AFOL discount day was put into place. I was one of the top 100 people of ideas for when they had that program going. I mean, I got my card and my special bag and my brick, my special brick with my print with their printed, they're not printed, but like stickered on it. I was like,
it's funny because they want the designers and creatives to be AFOLs, but they don't want any of like the marketing or executives to be AFOLs. It's a very like weird line.
And they punched through the line of wanting AFOLs to be designers because they didn't want that for a while either.
Yeah.
They didn't want like anybody employed by them to be adult fans of Lego. They wanted designers from other industries, which, you know, is how we got Matthew Ashton in the first place, who's a genius at what he does. It like took him a long time to like be okay with being part of like the nerd fandom
culture of it.
Yeah. So we had a couple people at Legoland who got fired for having Brickling stores because they're dummies, and they would check their Brickling stores from their
oh my gosh
stations. Yeah.
They should have kept that anonymous. I mean, they kept it anonymous.
Hello, it was like
well, that
sense is not common, right?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Well.
You're over there 40 hours a week because they won't let you work 1 hour of overtime because they don't have the budget for it. So can't you just wait until you get home to see what you're selling, especially if you're getting stuff that you got from the shop?
Exactly. Like,
nobody was stealing anything. We were just at a place where like we needed brick so badly. They were trading with us. Whereas like if you have brick at home that you can give us to like finish this project, we'll let you take Q elements home for this project if you'll trade with us. So these dummies would like get the rarest parts that they could find in our catalog and then put it in their Bricklink store and then check their orders from the shop.
Yeah, the
wowzers.
The thing is a lot of us wanted to move up into within the ladder. I mean, when I was salaried, around the holiday time, I was putting in 70, 80 hours a week because I'd go up to my storage and reorganize it because their goal is to get stuff done. And they got
matter. Watch the IP, my friend.
Yeah, trust me, you don't want to live in that.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you don't want.
You got to watch the brand.
What?
You got to protect the brand. It doesn't matter if you're working that much. You have to protect the brand. And if you go 1 inch outside, you're gone.
Oh, no. When I was salary, it was. I worked crazy hours because I wanted to make sure when we were ready on the weekends, it was all organized because the shipment guys, their goal was to get it up to storage. And this one we had on-site storages elsewhere in the mall because we had just such a high volume of stuff. And so I'd spend lots of time doing that. But in the end, once it went to hourly towards the end there, you're right, my time management might not have been as good, but no one ever said anything. Said, hey, your time management sucks. I had 5 years of reviews that I didn't see until I applied for Hinkle's job. And I said, and he's like, well, is there something in your reviews? And I go, what? And I looked at him, nothing in my reviews about performance, just normal standard stuff, but nothing other than always an AFOL.
No one's in Hinkle's job right now, by the way.
Yeah, I think they don't have it anymore. It's gone.
They dissolved it.
They eliminated it.
They got rid of it, which they shouldn't have because they probably could use it these days. But
it's gone in Europe too. It's gone in Europe as well.
But their land program is so outdated compared to. I've worked with a lot of brand ambassador programs. Every brand wants to work, have brand ambassadors, and that's a new thing. And influencers, and they're just so outdated, and they have such strict rules that most people don't want to work with it because they're so strict. But
so Brickworld had to pivot this year on the fact that there were like all these new Lego fans that were influencers.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, well, we have to welcome them in because they're part of the community now and they want to be part of this. So like it's for me, it's a profit thing for sure. And it's not like it was welcome or unwelcome. It was just something that I had to like, well, we have to embrace this too. And I think the Lego group has sort of a defensive posture towards
they definitely do. They need to evolve that department into what the other brands are doing because every brand is doing
too many departments. There's too many departments. I know there are people there who want to do that.
Yeah.
But they're just not ready to, and they won't figure it out until like it moves on to the next step. Just like Universe, just like Dimensions, they're not going to be ready to do it. They can't get everybody together until it's already passed.
That's what, like, just like with the technology team, I always tell them, I'm like, you guys canned it. You had a nice little nest of you're starting a technology team. You were making video games, and then the upper management just cut it out and farmed it out to all these disjointed agencies that don't know the culture of your brand. They don't work every day in here with creative people. And until you have that, like, it was a big mistake for them to do that. And
they're fans.
Everything they do fails because of that. That's the main reason why it fails.
See, the other thing too, Mark, is you've had people that were kind of influencers wherever, you had Brick and Nick. I was doing stuff well before the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, I think it exploded, but there were already people there. But Brick World wasn't as big. Philly Brickfest and a few of those other ones out on the East Coast where the Pink Bucket Nation, those guys flocked to there. All the YouTubers flocked to there, which he's trying to get them back again. But in the end, it's, now there's so many of them. It's just like I
didn't even realize that.
Let them in. You have to let them in.
I didn't realize that
part of the community.
What?
Go ahead. I didn't realize Brick and Nick was on Lego Masters because I haven't watched it, and I'm always I've been chatting friends with him years on Instagram, and
it's hard to watch.
And it is. I used to work for Fox too, I used to work for Fox, so that's like cringe to me as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh Lord.
Yeah, it's just not enough. There's not enough show. There's more commercial than there is show.
That's the problem. They're putting too much stick into the show. It should be about the heart of the passion.
Well, no, it's like they're not even putting enough like community into the show.
Yeah, exactly. They're not putting
enough Lego DNA into the show. There's neither, and it's like you can't enjoy it for either reason. It's overproduced. They're like scripting the contestants.
Definitely overproduced. Like, that's why I get Fox cringe vibes.
So basically, the best thing to do is go on Thursday nights on Twitch. Brick and Nick is actually doing the post stuff with the contestant stuff. I mean, that's pretty good. You're going to probably get more from that than you probably got from the show.
Oh, definitely. That's what today when I finally saw it, and I'm like, damn, I've been talking to you this whole time. I've been friends with you. I didn't even know you were on this season. I didn't even know he was on this season. And I talked to him all the time. Like once.
Yeah, he kept it good. He kept it secret for a while, but the minute they started kind of
not. No, he did not.
I never.
Bless his heart, I love him, but no, he did not.
And I don't watch the show enough
but that was not his fault because they were like, it's premiering next week. So he was like, "Hey, I'm going to be at Brick World and blah blah blah," and he was like, "Never mind."
Yeah, they postponed.
Rug out to meet them. And they're like, "Hey, it's premiering in 3 weeks," and they're like, "Did we say weeks? We meant months."
I just build a lot of Nintendo stuff, so I'm always sharing Nintendo stuff with him. That's how I met him. Was just through Instagram, Nintendo builds. And then the other day I sent him a Nintendo build, and then I see he's on Lego. I'm like, damn, I didn't realize you were on this season.
So here's my experience with that show. I hated that I had to watch the first season on mute because they were so over-scripted, but I loved watching what they were doing.
No, that's the best. I love that.
Great stuff happening.
I love that.
In the second season, I was like, I'm annoyed as heck. I'm trying to be very non-truckery right now. Truck drivery right now. I'm annoyed as heck at all of these like random challenges they're giving them, like a wind tunnel. Who knows how to build in a wind tunnel? Yeah. Like that sort of thing. In the second season, where it was like a little bit too much spectacle. This season, they're over scripted. The challenges are boring. The builds are bad.
That's Fox for you. I want to see like the creative passion of the builders.
You're talking about bad builds. You needed to watch a show last night because somebody's like, well, in Germany, I heard that they're on for 3 days and they're off a day, and then the contestants are like, you know what? In the U.S., it's not like that. And so you kind of know that you're like, okay, so you know that there's something going on. If the builds are bad, probably not because we're bad builders. It's probably because we're overstressed.
Yeah, it's not. That's why I don't like.
You're gonna build a sculpture of a dog, a 1-to-1 sculpture of a dog in 11 hours. We had sculpture training at Legoland, and like we had 12 hours to do our last one, which was a bust. And I did Wacko Warner from Animaniacs, and the person running the sculpting training was like, "That's too complicated for 12 hours." Like I like they got a lot of exciting things out of season 1 and 2 with like really good builds. and like I'm sorry. Like I have too much to say about this. I can't even like compartmentalize it in my head.
I just think Fox has too much of a say. Oh, they trump Lego too many times, and like Lego probably has a great way they want to do it, and they want to have the passion. They know their culture. They know their builders, and Fox wants to. They have their analytics where they want. Oh, this is going to be good on TV. So
I don't think the Lego producers are as big a part of it as the Fox producers are.
Yeah,
I think they treat it a lot the same way that they treat Legoland. Is that Legoland thinks that they can get any jackass off the street and just pay them, and they'll learn to build Lego because it's just Lego. And then you get these idiots who have no idea what they're doing and can't figure out bracing, can't figure out what's it like not stacking, like literally having people giving them a prototype and having them build 4 separate walls that don't interlock. And it's like, this is going to sit in a park for 12 years before they replace it. And it's going to implode because there's no cross bracing between the walls. Like, how did you miss this in our training sort of thing, which I see happening in real time on this stupid show. And I
just wish, like I said, there was more Lego. Like Lego had more control of the show, and like what they do.
I wish AFOLs had more control of the show,
like the bridge challenges and things like that. I totally get it happens at conventions, it's part of the culture.
Yeah,
but when you start, and I have to admit, I haven't watched it in the last 2 seasons, so adding wind tunnels and things like that is just stupid.
The best challenge ever on this show has been the children telling the story challenge. And they had to respond to
that was great.
What
that was
children were adding. That was amazing.
That was season 1, wasn't it?
That was season 1.
Yeah,
I haven't done it since.
Yeah, that was good.
So last season was all like Demolition Derby and like.
Well, Moto was on season 2. Moto,
I know Moto was on season 2.
Oh yeah, sorry. I digress.
I don't care.
Talk to Moto, see if he has an opinion.
Moto, what were some of the best ones from season 2, you think? Some of the best.
Has your contract expired yet that you can talk about your opinion about it?
They never had a contract where I didn't have to, hold back my opinion on stuff. What was the question, though? I totally missed the question.
Maybe what were some of the best challenges from season 2? Some of the ones that you thought would maybe be challenges you might actually see at like that a convention might want to do.
The question was, how do you think the competition represents the Lego community?
Yeah, basically that's
Well, for my season, I know that a lot of the contestants were AFOLs because 20 of us were at Brick World. You don't see that with any other season yet.
Yeah.
Right. Season 1, you're lucky if you get 8. We had 20 out of the 24, or 21 out of the 24. Whatever. I think basically it was Natalie wasn't there, and then Natalie wasn't there, and then because Brick World overlapped with Lego,
only 3 were missing. Only 3 were missing.
Yeah, because Randall and Sarita were in Europe doing the Lego thing over there for Lego Masters.
And Manny was missing just because he couldn't make it, but he wanted to be there. So it was like,
well, no, I meant that's
only
season
2 were missing.
No, that's season 1. Right, Manny's from season 1, but Randall and Sarita were from season 2.
I'm sorry, my fault. Yeah,
but
be there.
No,
Randall,
for ours, I think
he did. Okay,
I think we were very lucky that in season 2, because season 1 was so successful, they were able to pull thousands of AFOLs and get a good crew together. I thought our season was deeply technical. My opinion was too technical.
Yeah, that's what
less storytelling, less sculpting work, and more focused on just trying to survive some technical challenges.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was at. Because that storytelling is the heart of Lego, in my opinion.
Well, and they've corrected that. Season 3 is leaning more into a good balance, I think. The last episode was fantastic with the dogs.
I haven't seen it, so I can't talk.
Yeah.
Hey, my dinner's here. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have to go soon too. So the question was, I mean, of all the challenges, I really wanted to do one hanging brick, and that's why I had a one hanging brick sculpture at Brick World Chicago last year. Or this year. It's the same year. But yeah, I had that big balloon with the pirate ship hanging off of a single Technic brick suspended up into a rack system on display. because I really wanted to do that challenge. That was one of my favorites in Australia. I knew it was coming for the US, so I really wanted to do it, and I did it.
So you think that your season had a little more technicalities to the challenges than the prior season?
I think that it was like Hero Shot, that wasn't as technical. But I saw this in Australia as well. The second season of Australia was much more technical leaning in their challenges. And I think season 2 in the US went that way as well. I haven't checked out like the other season 2s across the world yet that deep to see if they went more technical.
But
yeah, the idea of like the big fan,
that's the thing I don't get.
One hanging brick, castle, shake. A lot of those after the first one, even Lego Day Parade kind of sucked because of the way the stands and everything had to integrate. But Smash Up Derby, that one wound up being very technical because the frames of the cars weren't set in system. They had to work around a lot of half stud offsets. But yeah, a lot of that was very technically challenging. I don't think. Well, I know that the production is not. It's not geared towards AFOLs. It's geared toward a general Fox entertainment audience.
Towards the demographic,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could see it. I do appreciate the fact that they are tuning the show's casting toward diversity. You know, they do have a fairly diverse cast. They pay attention to that.
Oh yeah,
they are looking for representation. This year. Like our year was a lot of sibling teams. So maybe the metrics said, oh, brothers and sisters or brothers and brothers are watching the show with their family. They want to see themselves represented. So we had a lot of sibling teams. This year it's a lot of social media is the focus. They're pulling people who have very large accounts across Twitch, TikTok, not YouTube, but other platforms.
There's a lot of Canadians this year, isn't there?
Well, that's the other addition is and by the way, the Canadians keep on winning. They keep surviving. So the percentage of Canadians keeps increasing as time goes on. But yeah, because they have an agreement now to broadcast this in Canada, Lego Masters is not just Lego Masters US. It's now Lego Masters North America. Yeah.
Well, I love Canadians. There's nothing against it. I just heard. I haven't seen the show this year. So
well, that's Nick. Like Nick is Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't. Like I said, I talked to him, and I didn't even realize he was on the show. And I talk to him all the time. So it.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I'm enjoying the third season. I thought that I liked the dog one. I thought it was probably the best, well balanced, light on the Will Arnett overload. Just genuinely wonderful episode. And then my favorite. I had like minor flashbacks on the runway with the dogs. That's a different topic. But the
yeah.
I
missed that too. I missed that part of that episode.
The one before the trees. Let's see.
Yeah, that was Nick and Stacy won that one.
Yeah, what was the one before the trees?
Wasn't that the rodeo where they had to ride
that one? That one was an exceptionally great challenge because it was deeply technical. It's like the shake challenge we had, but one level above. But it more focused on character design and development. In order to make a rider on a bucking bronco, which was really cool. I thought that was a really, really, really smart challenge.
And fit right within a footprint. So just like kind of like when you build something, and you're sitting it on a layout.
Yeah, there was obviously a height requirement. There was maybe a limb requirement that Dave Coletta caught. I didn't catch that, but he's a sharp dude. But yeah, I love the rodeo one where they put all the builds on top of a mechanized bull that you find in saloons, and just swung it around. That was pretty slick.
See, but that's the thing they have to, and I get it because the TV show they have to do shticks like that to bring.
Well, it's not a shtick. I look at it as like, what is something that you could not do in a convention or anybody could do at home?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the brilliance of the show is their production budget is so high. They can do these challenges that you really only are enabled to do if you have access to 5.5 or 5 million bricks.
Boat race. We need a boat race. Come on, put a pool in the studio. We want a boat race. Come on. I want to audition for the year they're going to do a boat race. Then I'll audition.
Well, you should start getting ready for season 4 because you never know what's going to come along. But
yeah, I need to get my.
Yeah, I mean, Australia did the underwater challenge. I'm waiting to see that show up in the U.S. because that's another one I think is absolutely fantastic. But it's kind of the whole thing. It's like, who in the world is going to be able to invest in like 6 to 8 large scale water tanks and fill them up, and then dunk these massive sculptures under there to see what happens?
Have they done the robot fighting kind of challenge, or was that like Demolition Derby?
Like ours, it was Demolition Derby. That was as close as we got to the Discovery Channel Robot Wars kind of concept. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, when you get into Lego and electronics or lighting, it's problematic for TV production. They have to go third party on a lot of the systems, and so there's a lot of diligence that has to be done.
There's a lot of good builders out there that don't know the robotic side of it, but they're still really good builders. So it's like,
well, but then again, you're forced to use robotics usually in the first episode. So, I mean, it really is. I mean, Lego Masters really is. I mean, if you strip all the complaints away, at its core, they really are awarding the trophy to the person who is like the most well-rounded AFOLs competitive speed builder in the contest. Yeah. I mean, Amy and Jamie are great judges. I mean, you can't second guess guys like that. They're incredible.
No, I totally agree with
that. They know what's going on.
Just subjective taste. I don't like sometimes some of the sticks, like building in a wind tunnel kind of thing is just a little over the top for me. But that's just.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point of like a Fox production, or really it's Endemol Shine. But the U.S. production, they're going for spectacle, and I understand they want to give challenges that you would never encounter, or would be nearly financially infeasible, right, for other people to try to reproduce. That's kind of the point of it. Is they're putting on something where you need, that hundreds of thousands of dollars of money flowing through the set in order to make it happen.
Yeah, I get that. I totally get that.
But overall, it's not a show designed for AFOLs. It's not targeted for them.
That's the one thing I just don't like about it. And having worked in TV and worked with Fox, like I know they want that wow factor. I mean, it's like they want the circus factor. So I get that. It's just I personally.
Yeah, the one thing I have complained about is this season's introducing a lot more scripted drama in certain aspects of the way it's put together, and especially one moment during the season.
That's the other thing. The reality TV's part of it, I don't like either.
Season 1 did too. Season 1 was very scripted.
Well, I mean, it's not scripted. I mean, when you're there, I mean, they're obviously editing for effect, but in season 3, it was definitely coached.
You can tell exactly. So coached. All right, we'll say coached instead of scripted. Season 1 was very much so. I felt like season 2, you guys were more allowed to be yourselves than season 1 or 3. So they're like, we almost like basically coaching them to say what the producers want them to say.
Well, they'll edit anyways. They'll, like Moto said, they will edit it the way they want to, no matter what. So that's just TV.
I mean,
yeah, but there's a difference between editing it the way you want to see what has been said and feeding them lines, so it sounds like there's actors trying to act.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Well, for our production, the production never. There was no direct coaching on an effect or a way they wanted a staged outcome to be performed. They would always ask you open-ended questions.
Yeah, they'll hint at
I think that's part of their policy, but the open-ended questions were definitely constructed in such a way that it would promote a slight shade being thrown at folks.
Definitely.
But for our casting, we never went there. We always wanted it to be more wholesome and family friendly. I mean, that's kind of, as a cast, you have to make certain decisions. And I brought that up very early.
Yeah, them, not you.
Yeah, that was, I don't know, that was kind of an ethos of our cast. I know for season 3, that wasn't the ethos. It was very different.
Right.
But on the other hand, I'm noticing that season 3, there's not like the hardcore Survivor, everybody's at each other's throats. So, I could give the benefit to the production that they are trying to.
They try to do that, yeah.
They're introducing some friction. Like there was one aspect that was heavily coached that I don't like that stuff. Yeah. But on the most part, the reactions or I'd say like the dramatic side of it is understandable because it was constructed in a way to bring that out. But it wasn't like really hardcore, like I'm going to tear you apart. Your body's going to be leaving this building. I'm here to utterly destroy you kind of stuff. You can still tell that the Lego ethos of everybody playing well together is still there.
Yeah, that's a compliment to the contestants because Fox definitely, like you said, they set it up with the open-ended questions and they're going to try to produce it in a certain direction they want.
Well, no, that's to the production. I mean, they are editing it more toward the positive side than I think they could have. From what I understand, there was plenty of, going really hardcore narrative, controversial crap talking against teams, and they've decided not to edit that in yet. Which, I have to give credit to the production staff for that. They've inserted some intentional conflict into the way things have rolled or the way it was composited together.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like it was edited to be more dramatic than the wholesome intent and center of the show.
I've heard the same, and I have noticed as well that there's not as much there as the cast thought was going to be there.
Good.
I know it's definitely good. Like, because with that partnership.
Good. I mean, I've always said that this is not what the production's about. So if you want to go crazy and think you're going to be this dramatic, person, and that's going to give you a lot of attention. I was just saying, well, nice try. I don't think that's, I mean, the executive producer's gone on record for our season and before talking about the wholesome nature and the positioning of the brand, and the intent of it. So, I mean, whatever. I mean, you can.
To me, that's just that's the strange dichotomy between the partners.
To me, you're just wasting your time. If you're trying to insert a bunch of like overly dramatic drama for drama's sake, I mean, these guys do reality TV. It's not like they haven't been around the block and they can smell it. They can smell it when you're trying to, fish into something. They're not. Yeah. It's not like it's not their 93rd production of a reality television show. I mean, these guys they fly from show to show to show to show to show. This is what they do. This is their life. This is what they do. And they're busy doing Big Brother and some of the more dramatic stuff. I mean, and they'll lean into whatever, they're instructed to do. But as far as I know, the DNA of the show has been pretty much centered on retaining as much of that Lego brand, because the one thing that would kill the show is if they lose their family audience. I mean, that is their demographic, right? It's the kids with the parents.
Yeah, totally.
If you lose at least the majority of families watching it together, that is what's going to crash the show. So I mean, they got to keep that. They got to thread that needle, and I get it.
Yeah.
Because just being at conventions, when the general public's in, when people have seen the show, it's usually parents with kids, and maybe once in a while there'll be, non-AFOLs who happen to catch it and seem to like it just because they're really into reality TV. But for the most part, it really is that kind of families with children or children getting their
demographic,
or the parents turn the show on and let their kids be so they can get hours of rest, just to relax or unwind or something, because they know their kids are going to be pretty attentive to watching it.
Yeah, that's the only reason I don't like it from an AFOL perspective. I wouldn't want to build in a wind tunnel or things like that. And I get it; it's TV; they have to do it. That's just subjective taste. That's why
I knew going in it was going to be. Is that what it was going to be?
Yeah,
it is what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. But that's why I just choose not to. I just don't like it. So
yeah, I looked at it more like I was excited to try something that I knew I'd never be able to do. I mean, it was an opportunity to really I'm not a great competitive speed builder. I'm a good mock builder, but
Yeah.
for me, it was more about the experience and the production's insane. That alone blew my mind.
Oh yeah.
Well, next week they're going to build pirate ships and they're going to blow them up.
And
to me, I'm like, oh yeah, that challenge speaks to the AFOL in me more than any other challenge in recent history.
Yeah, but any ship is going to blow up no matter what. So it's like that's the thing. And I like it too. I agree. It's just, but they're all going to blow up.
No, I mean, but you understand, like at a convention, you could have a big flotilla and you can have pirate building competition, but you're not going to have a certified explosive professional packing plastique packets into a model and then blowing it to hell and gone.
Yeah. No, I get that. That's just the part I don't like.
Actual shooting, projectiles.
Oh, my eye.
There you go.
That's the power to it. Jeez.
Anyway,
these are the okay.
Anyway,
No,
there you
no.
go. It's not great. It's not great, but it's a start.
I think you should go with the flowing hair.
It's
That looks
not
cool.
great.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm going to take it all back and
Looks
start
like
to slow it down.
like a crown, actually.
Yeah, if you go with flowing hair is going to look
Foliaged again.
But I think the shaping you get with those things, dude, the flowing hair will look better.
I know it will. It's just that it is so much more difficult. It's going to burn my whole Sunday doing that.
But that's the beauty of it.
These are the new shooters from like the fire set. So it's spring loaded like the ones that were in the snow speeder, but it's a 2x6 brick.
So if you twist that crank, they pop out, or you just
No. You just push the button.
Oh.
Well, the problem, and Larry knows this, the problem is this is due in like 2 weeks. So
yeah,
I'm freaking out.
What to do? Oh, for like a lug meeting or something?
Oh no.
No, we have Brickfest Live coming up.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that?
Oh, you've gone to the dark side.
It's the only side we have.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that is Brickfest Live is coming to Milwaukee, and none of the lugs have been contacted yet.
Well, we've been in it before. We were in it before, and it was. I don't think we wanted to do it again.
No, so most Brickfest, I understand the feedback, and I get it. For Denver, the only reasons it's different is how many tables are we going to have? 60 plus this time?
60. It's going to be huge. I think we're at like 70 tables, including the
yes,
islands.
You guys are the draw.
And
that's making the money off.
That this event will be nothing without us, and I'm just going to go ahead and pat
that's what it was in Milwaukee too.
2 different ways. Patting Moto on the back.
Where's the show?
It's in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, it's not Moto Leaves, Hawkeye. I call it flexagons for flexible polygons. I don't know. They call it flexagons. Yeah.
Where in Colorado Springs, by the way?
At an old grocery store. I mean, it's the Colorado Springs Convention Center, which is not a horrible space, to be honest. I mean, it's got a lot of square footage, but it's like it's kind of B grade.
They've been trying to get Brickworld to Colorado Springs since I bought the company in 2019.
We would love to have you.
It's a brick what show in Colorado? But you and I have talked about like Colorado Springs is not the area to have it, right?
Denver.
We're looking for a venue there.
Venue in Denver? Have you looked at the stock? What was it?
Western Stock Show.
The Western Complex.
Western Stock Complex.
Slow down. I've got to open up my notes because
it's I think the official name is the National Western Complex.
Like you guys, I will tell you one thing. Like, I would really love to do a show in Colorado Springs because that venue has been so sweet, and they've courted us, and they've come to other shows. Be like, hey, we wanted to come out and see the show to support you and kind of see what's going on. And like, we bought tickets, don't give us comps, like that sort of thing. And like, I just haven't seen it. And I've talked to several people in your lugs about doing a show in Colorado Springs. And they're like, no, it's kind of a trek for us to get there. So what's the name of the venue in Denver again? Sorry.
National Western Complex.
National Western Complex.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you don't mind that the whole
facility
is newer, I'm just kidding. It doesn't. It really doesn't. behind the Colorado Convention Center downtown, which would be ultimate, but all the money.
Right.
It's probably the next biggest venue since they've torn down the Denver Mart.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Denver Mart was torn down. That would have been the optimal place. So think of the Western Complex as like the 4-H livestock show.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Arena.
Lots of state fairgrounds.
No, I mean, so you want to stay away from like you wouldn't have the show in like the rodeo pits or anything like that.
Right. Which I've done.
But the gem and mineral show is there every year, and it's like the largest gem and mineral show in the United States.
Does it rock?
It rocks.
It rocks. It totally rocks. But
Puns
the reason I say that is it's not high tiered like the downtown one.
Yeah,
so
we don't need it to be.
No, but it does have several buildings. It is. Sorry, let me finish. It has several buildings, multiple floors, which are carpet and have, they're designed for exhibitors to sell their stuff at these conventions. So it's not the stockade pits. It's more of like a facility set aside that has the concrete floors and the large exposition space.
Great. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could easily fit Brickworld Chicago into this place and have room to spare.
Yeah, it's like Milwaukee.
Yeah.
It's like Milwaukee, and
Milwaukee's a state fair park, and so the National Western is kind of the same kind of concept.
It's not a state fair. It's much larger than a state fair.
I know. I've been there. I've been there before. Train shows have been there before.
State fair is a
There's conflicting information, but that's okay. My sink is overflowing. I'll be right back. Oh, it turned off itself.
Anyway, I'm out. So
good night, Moto.
Bye, Moto. Thank you for your input. Really appreciate all of it. Larry,
what he only appreciates some of.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, or none of. Larry, who's going to Colorado Springs? What brand?
Brickfest Live.
Oh, great for them.
Yeah.
I still don't get why no one has shows in the tri-state area. I mean, Philly's close to it, but
what's your tri-state area? By the way,
a big crowd of New Jersey, Connecticut, and New York City. You'd get a big crowd.
We have a different tri-state area here in the Midwest.
Good evening, Con.
This is called the one here.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois. So,
so the one here, it's weird because the tri-state area here is actually just an area. It's not all full parts of the states. It's just everything that clusters up to New York City. So it's a little bit of southwestern Connecticut, a little bit of Jersey, and then all of New York City. Mm-hmm. But I just don't get why no one has even if you put it in the dead smack of Connecticut, you would get Long Island, Vermont. You would get there's a big crowd here that no one tapped into.
But doesn't Todd at Brick Fair didn't he try a New Jersey show? I know he had a Brick Fair New England, which was in Massachusetts, because I went to that one year.
That's a little too far up, though. You got to have it in Connecticut or just outside of New York City.
Pretty sure he did I think he did a New Jersey. It might not have done very well, so maybe
it's the old country.
You got to put it next to New York City. If you put it next to New York City,
Stud, you need to talk to Todd from Brick Fair because that's his neck of the woods out there. You need to talk to him and tell him where to put it. He might be trying. And you might have put it in the wrong area, so
because they'll get a crowd, because all the states converge into that little tri-state area.
And Brickfest Live that's Philly is his show. It was just a couple weeks ago, so
yeah.
Larry, let's have a call this week.
Call me.
Who's are you the president of YEARLUG?
Not yet.
Larry, the president.
Yeah,
well, you, me, and your president. Let's talk.
Okay.
We'll figure something out.
I'm gonna.
What's funny is it's my creation, and I was never even president.
You and 5 other guys say that
we'll involve
you created DENLUG.
Who says? Well, I created it. Who says they helped create it? I guess would be the question.
Well, there's our vice president, and you've got Ralph.
Yeah, Ralph.
I created it.
And Dave.
Well, yeah, they all helped me create them, I guess.
Well, Kevin just claimed he created it, so I believe
it came from here.
I'm going to call Kevin this week to talk about
I could prove it, but Yahoo Groups has been gone for what now? 5.
I
10
trust
years?
Kevin more than you guys. Sorry.
As
I
well, you
was going to
should.
that Philly show.
People
but
would
then I
know.
got I was
Happy
in
belated
the-
birthday, Mark.
Hi. Was that?
I
Happy
was
belated
gonna-
birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I slept for 2 hours on my birthday because I've had bronchitis
Oh,
from
nice.
cleaning the basement from when it flooded before Brick rolled Detroit. So,
Oh,
Those guys-
so it's
par
water
for the
flow.
course. Par for the course. Hard luck for dummy. So,
Reed, which one of those shows in Philly we were talking about? Because there was 2 of them, and I missed one because when I had pneumonia. I couldn't go to
There's
it.
Brickfest Live, and then I thought Brick Fair was doing like a Brick Fair New Jersey at some point, something like that. He did something out there, but a lot of his shows, if
folks.
they don't do very well, he doesn't go back again.
Yeah, he needs to put it in the right spot.
That's what she said.
GLS. I love GLS right now.
Linda, we're going till we're done.
It depends on how long my voice holds out, and I keep talking.
I was wondering
we could probably say with pretty much assuredness we will probably go till for another at least 40 minutes.
Yeah,
we usually like 9 o'clock. We're like
38 minutes.
9
we
o'clock
check
and all the
in.
elderly people
We
get
check
tired.
in. Yeah, that's you, Kevin.
We've been on for 3 hours. We need to end.
Kevin, what are you building?
I'm sorting lug bulk finally.
Oh, that's why you're bulking up.
Indeed. My nice bright pink leaves.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, look at what we
I
have.
finally got all of my.
Ooh.
Mark, I already built with my some of my lug bolts here. Let me.
What'd you build?
I built.
Ice bear.
Kevin had more.
Clear.
Kevin had more beautiful colors. Ooh, nice. It's like an ice bear head with ice bears in the ice bear head.
It's an Optimus Prime with badgers.
It's some it's some ice bear stuff happening.
It's a Galaga spaceship.
There's more than meets the eye.
Yeah, I guess it's for the kids. Kids, what do you see?
What do you have?
I need to finish this blood bank.
Oh, stud. Yes. Oh, wow.
That's pretty gorgeous.
These are they're red and trans stained glass windows that it's designed to when there's actual light behind it, it shines through. But I have to do the inside of this thing. My camera's bad, but I even got little junior vampire walking his werewolf with a chain and
nice.
Very nice.
Insidious. I hate to sound like a kindergartner who's like behind on social skills, but can we be friends?
The cool thing too is that this pops off. It's modular. I just haven't done the inside yet. But yeah, I got to finish this bad boy. I was hoping to finish it by Halloween, but at least I got the outside done to this thing.
So Linda, I'm building a cherry orchard, and it just depends on when all the parts come in and when my basement is again available to me to breathe in air and not get bronchitis from it. But it's built in LDD, and it has I'm excited about it.
I'm sick, so I'm not building anything. I built my castle.
Nobody knows what's going to happen.
So I'm not building anything, but I mean, I did have
that translucent badger head castle is awesome. I was wondering what you were building when you were doing that.
Yeah. Using the trans purple and the trans pink I got. I only got 3,200 of these. I still have looks like a little bit left. So
we'll work on it, man.
I was wondering because it was top down. I'm like, what is he building? And then I realized it was a badger head shape. That was rad.
Trying, yeah. I mean, I'll have to texture the top of it, I guess.
You know what? I have an emotional way of setting my bracket every year, and it's always letting the Wolverines win. I just want to see it happen. Like, as much as I love the Illini, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I'm a Redbird myself. They might get in the first level of the bracket, but the Wolverines have to happen some year. I can't watch that many basketball players cry in my lifetime without them winning sometime soon.
All I know is with Badgers, I mean, I Lego Masters on Wednesday night took precedent, but the Wisconsin Badger women's volleyball team just smoked Nebraska.
Good.
It was a rematch of the national championship last year, and they smoked them again. So
that fills my heart with joy. So Hawkeye,
you really husked them.
Husked
You know
them,
what
yeah. They husked them, yeah.
Barf. Hawkeye, yes, every Fabuland element survived. There were several Fabuland pieces sitting out on my display table from this show. from trying to compete with Titanium J's Ninjago collection. And they were I was easily able to air dump to a OxyClean bath and then put them in a drying space outside of my deck. They are literally right here.
Well, you know, I think that gives you a good idea for next year's Brick World, Mark.
The big one survived, like all the rare pieces from like the amusement park line. They made it, so they're good.
You need a Fabuland Atlantis build for next year. Chicago.
Oh, sorry. Are you mispronouncing Fabulantis?
Fabulantis? You need Fabulantis.
Hawkeye and I have talked about this.
Mark, you
need
word.
Fabulantis, you need to have that for next year Chicago to just
it needs to be collaborative. We need people to support us in this. We need more people to contribute to Fabulantis.
That's Mantis.
Mark, you definitely have the most Fabuland I've ever seen in my life. Like you've got from what you've shown on the stream, you have so much Fabuland. It's crazy.
All Fabuland needs is heart.
It is crazy that anyone would have that much Fabuland.
He's got a lot. I mean,
all you have to do, if he has it underwater, you can just say, you know what? This sums up my house stories for the whole year right there. You know what happened in 2022? Right there.
Yes.
There it is. Just look.
You're right. It would be like the culmination of my life to have a Fabulantis to represent the floods and the Fabuland that have gotten me through.
You can even have a crack. You have a crack wall.
Weathered.
The fun thing is like the faster it goes, like the more they just like stick out entirely. Look at that.
The cool thing was when
in slow motion.
When
Lego magic, you guys. It's magic.
When Tricky Bricks did the crossover of Mad Max World and Fabuland, that was really cool. They did the whole.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
you didn't see that.
You didn't see that, Mark?
There's a Fabumax.
They made all these vehicles that were like Mad Max style Fabuland.
I have enough wrinkles in my forehead.
Check out the Tricky Bricks. Their Instagram is probably on there. Like they I think on season 1 Lego Masters.
Someone send me a link.
Yeah. They were in season 1 Lego Masters. It was really cool.
The forehead wrinkles.
Mark, that's a lot of wrinkles for someone who just turned 39 this week.
Moto actually.
Congratulations,
7.
And thank you, Linda, for that build. I actually started that in October last year, and I let it sit for a while.
Yeah, Mark, didn't you see those wrinkles come from dealing with Wagner every year at Brick World Chicago? I thought that's what you
probably
said.
where it came
Yeah,
from.
these are fun wrinkles.
And practically a wrinkle cream.
Yeah, you should see it, Mark. That those.
I have no comment on that. What's that?
Me neither.
I think they called it Fab Max. What did they call it, Larry? When they did
Fab
that?
Max.
I think it was Fab Max. Yeah,
yeah, that build. Moto did some cool builds for it too. It was a really cool.
Yeah, he did he did Mad Max's car.
Yeah, it was cool. You would like it, Mark. You would really like it. They were really cool.
I already love it. I've never seen it.
There was a lot of builds.
In love with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. He doesn't know Flynn and Richard. Who doesn't know Flynn and Richard?
I think some of you.
Me?
Yeah, from Tricky. They're Tricky Bricks from season 1 Lego Masters.
Oh, I know who they are. They've never answered my calls
No.
for being part of Brick World virtual shows, or they didn't show up at Brick World Chicago.
They did. You would love them. They love Fabuland.
Well, I do love them,
Fabuland.
but I do not know them.
They did
Unfortunately,
that whole challenge, which was really cool.
they have apparently they have some exclusive agreement with some other brand, which is fine. Like, fine.
Yeah.
It's an AFOL community. I don't want a monopoly on it. I would probably get sued by some federal court if I did.
Yeah.
Sorry.
my husband is a federal compliance attorney. Therefore, I'm like, I will not pursue them.
Technical.
I know better. But I do love them. And I was annoyed as
All get out.
Funk as Mega Block. I was annoyed as Mega Block that they were eliminated on that challenge. That was so
they were
adorable.
That
was the best challenge in Lego Masters history when they had which is only 3 years long, not even yet. But when they had the stories with the kids and they listened to the kids so well and they tried to do a conveyor belt story. I was like, they're killing it. They're killing it. And they got eliminated. I was angry. I was angry.
The clock they made too was nuts. The cuckoo clock they did.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
The half and half.
Yeah. I mean, even the mock they made of the Snake Mountain, which had all these lights and
yes.
They've done some cool stuff.
I love smart, gentle people because I'm dumb and reactive. To watch them represented on that show as my community, I was like, they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it to the end because they're really sophisticated builders.
Yeah, I was bummed
I saw the way the producers were working it, and they were like, round off the edges, and I was like, no, don't, because you just built I forget what it was, but it was something that made sense to be squared off, and I was like, round the edges? Why? They built a cabin, so why would they round off the edges of a cabin unless it was a futuristic wooden cabin or whatever it was? And I was just sitting there swearing at the screen stop pushing them to the bottom.
To be honest, that's
I
what
got
turned me
very
off.
triggered by their elimination.
That's what turned me off from Lego Masters because I was like, someone like that should have won the show.
I know, right, exactly. And just to be pseudo celebrity that I am, just by owning one of the properties that does this sort of expo convention thing, I'm like, I want to meet Richard and Flynn, and I want them to like me. And I've never even spoken to them.
Oh, you'll get along with them because of Fabuland. You will get along.
I love them. I love them. And I'm like, I'll just wait for us to cross paths somewhere sometime. I guess they signed a contract with one of the other shows. And so I guess I'll never see them. We did a Make-A-Wish thing for this kid during lockdown. And it was and Richard responded to me, and I was like, yes, I'm talking to Richard. And he had gone through whatever this other group was to meet with this kid already. And he's like, I don't want to be part of this because we're going to be part of this hour. This kid's wish for his virtual wish. And he wanted this beautiful, beautiful wish kid was like, I want to talk to a Lego expert about how to organize my collection. And so they wanted to talk to me because I own a Lego business about how do I organize things. And so I pulled up Emilio, who's now a challenge producer for Lego Masters, but he started as prop master, and he was the only person on the production team who understood Lego. So they were like, tell us how many Lego bricks to buy and tell us how to organize them. So he started the entire organization system for season 1. And because he worked on another reality production and he had a Lego tattoo. And so when that producer he worked with got hired by Lego Masters, they were like, well, we know another producer or prop master or whatever he was at the point that has a Lego tattoo, so he must know something. And so he set up the entire organization system for season 1. And by the end of season 2, he was a challenge producer. And now he's some other sort of producer, he's just a badass. And so I called him up and I was like, can you help me with this Make-A-Wish virtual visit? And he was like, of course. But he was the patsy for it. So it was the kid was talking to Emilio for the first 20 minutes. And then as he was talking to Emilio about how he set up Lego Masters organization system, we were sneaking in all of the Lego Masters contestants one. And so by the time the family had it on speaker view, and so nobody was talking, they were just kind of watching what was happening. And then I think it was who was the guy in the West Coast who worked for Playwell? He was.
Play-Doh?
What was his name?
You said Play-Doh?
No, Playwell.
Oh, Playwell.
Playwell Technology. He had he was on a team. It was Aaron. There was a guy with like huge biceps. And another guy.
Yeah, the guy with the glasses and the guy.
The guy with the glasses was the one who like first popped up on screen in the speaker view. And they were like, wait, who was that? And I was like, that was Aaron. Was that Aaron? Aaron was the guy with the glasses?
I think so, yes.
And so then I'm like, switch it to gallery view and see who else has dropped in with you. And the entire cast from season 1, minus Richard and Flynn, because they were part of like the later. And like this kid like freaked out.
But that's so weird. Like they can't work with you because like I would think that Lego Masters contestants could work with any convention they would want. Like
I've talked to the producers every season because they've asked me for people to like. I've auditioned twice.
no, I'm saying like to go on your show, to go to your conventions. Like
it's separate from Lego
They did the virtual conventions. They did live casting from virtual Con.
Yeah, I was confused. I thought they would do.
Fine. You're totally fine. It's a very strange relationship I've had with them because the casting producers have several times like fallen in love with me and my partner. Probably more for my partner, honestly. To like put the two together to like be a team, and then the Fox producers have like multiple times been like, "Nah," and it first because I worked for Legoland, and now they've dropped that. But that's a totally different story. My point.
I just figured that you would know them from going to your shows and things like that. Like, wouldn't they come to? They haven't come to your shows, or was it during COVID where you didn't meet them in person?
Yes, that they did the virtual shows and they did casting from the virtual shows, but they haven't done the in-person ones yet. And I think again, there's a very like legal sort of like, who do we do this at one? Do we have to do it at all? Like that doesn't.
I think they should be.
I have not yet met Richard and Flynn.
That's where it's weird. I think they should be able to do all shows and not be signed to a contract.
They probably can. They're probably just also very busy. And like in talking to people at Lego, they're having trouble finding contestants for the seasons. I'm like, are they? Where are they looking? Because I think there's certain things that turn them off, and I think it's like camera readiness that probably turns them off a lot from certain teams that they audition. And I think I can see that because there's a lot of social awkwardness in the Lego community. No offense.
Oh yeah, there definitely is.
But there's also a lot of that social awkwardness that I think would do well for the type of production that I've seen them trying to do. I'm like, put the awkward nerds on. Like people will fall in love with them because nerds are endearing.
At first, when they reached out to me a couple of times, and then I said, well, look at my background. I signed so many NDAs. You guys aren't going to, because I worked for Lego and Fox. They're like, yep, we can't use you.
Same. Yes.
So I was like, okay. But I didn't even want to be on it, to be honest.
And they pushed me in further anyway. And then they were like, yeah, well, you worked for Lego. And I was like, what? I told you this. I said this before.
They came to me and I was like, you should already know this. You coming to me, you should already know this. But then they're like, and you also work for Fox. I was like, yeah, my portfolio. Go look on LinkedIn. It's public knowledge. But
this shouldn't be a surprise to you. Why'd you start this process?
BFAB was like, well, BFAB was hitting them up saying, I want to work with Stud City. He's my partner. So they hit me up. And I was like, well, BFAB can't build, number one. He's my boy. I love the guy. But what's he going to do? Just talk crap while I build? Like,
right. Which you need sometimes, which you totally need. But Sidious, by the way, what state are you in?
I'm in just outside of New York City, like southwest.
In the tri-state area.
I wouldn't mind meeting up with you someday. It seems
I'm
like
usually in Brooklyn. I'm usually in Brooklyn. Well, when COVID hit, I came back to where I was born because it was getting crazy in New York City. People are getting thrown on the train tracks. Like the gun violence is out of control.
Yep.
And I have a studio just outside the city, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go there for a couple of years until this just gets back.
Yeah, Chicago's been similar. Surprise, surprise, but not as crazy.
I love Chicago.
But if we find some way to like meet up someday, I'd love to like have a conversation with you.
Yeah, definitely.
We've been through a lot of the same things. And I'm gonna take a little break.
Okay, we'll be
I'll
here.
stop-
Maybe.
I'll stop bogarting the conversation.
Okay, Chester has nothing to say tonight, so you're okay. He's not. You know.
When BFAB was, he's like, please be my partner, and I was like, BFAB, they're not going to let me on the show. It's like legal; they won't let me on the show. So, and I said to him, like, what are you going to do? You're just going to talk crap while I build in a corner? Like, it would be good for Fox TV, but
yeah, no. I mean, I wouldn't mind auditioning, but the only way I'm on audition is if I can talk my friend who left the AFOL community, or actually left the building, has stopped building like 15 years ago. So, because that would make a good story. I mean, he's still a good builder, but he hasn't built in like 15 years. So that would make the most sense if they want something that's got like story and drama, perhaps. I mean, you know, that would.
Well,
be
if you would have bought more city sets to collaborate with him on, maybe he would still be building.
I've only been selling the seconds, man. Thank God. It's all
Kevin,
Chester's fault.
have you watched any?
Chester wants a city to play in. It's his fault, not mine.
I think that's messed up that Tricky Bricks would like. I would think they would go in every convention and wouldn't be. But if they sign a contract, I get it. But
yeah, if they sign a contract, that's on them.
So
I didn't think that they would do that.
I think what happened is there's a separate show from, I think it's Brickfest Live or something. That's the show that signed them. So because of what they signed with them, they can't do other things. It has nothing to do with Lego Masters. So they've signed something with Brickfest Live or one of those where they're exclusive to that show now.
Whatever.
So they can't go to conventions anymore.
Well, they can't go to the other shows. They can go to the one that they're signed for.
Oh, all right.
You know, like Rock, and that might be why we didn't see Rocco. Rocco is probably just part of now Brick Universe, and he,
we don't see Rocco anymore, sadly.
So
I don't know much about the convention circuit, so that's why I'm asking that.
Well, I mean, we've got like the big three are Brick World, Brick Fair, Virginia, and BrickCon are the big three. But there's Brick Universe and Brickfest Live are the two that are more. I mean, Brick Fair is kind of like them too. They're more like fun, but Brick Fair's got lots of displays. But Brick Universe and Brickfest Live are more about engagement, play, all that other stuff. It's not as much about displays, except for Denver Brickfest will, because that's his one kind of, that and Philly are the two that he's kind of tried to turn into kind of like a convention style. So, but there's all kinds of shows out there. I mean, there's Brickfest, or there's the Bricks LA, there's Bricks Cascade. There's a million shows, Brick Slopes. I mean, there's a lot of shows out there.
Yeah, so if you're considering any show, I mean, maybe next, because what are the dates? It's Father's Day weekend. Every time, right? For Chicago.
Yeah, Brick World Chicago's Father's Day weekend.
I love that show's cool. I love that show, and the city's great too.
Yeah, you should come out to Chicago next time.
Find some travel buddies from the East Coast. Road trip out.
Yeah, we're making a huge caravan from Denver out to Chicago.
Yeah, I think Brick Hive's going out, so I'll probably maybe I'll link up with him and come out.
Freaking
sitting here that I can put on a table, so I just have to.
Greg from London Bridge Bricks is talking about coming out.
Yeah, even him. I'm friends with him too. So yeah.
In the end, it's just a matter of, even if it's your first show, just bring something. You don't have to bring anything big. Just bring something small and see how it goes. And the next year, you just kind of work your way up to something bigger and whatnot. So, I mean, but yeah, there's shows in your area. Obviously, for your area, I don't know what's really close.
There's none. I haven't seen any in except for Philly. Like Philly's like the closest I've seen. And like I haven't seen any in Massachusetts, or I'm like right. Well, I'm more just outside New York City. So
you've got Bricks. Oh, Stud City is. I'm sorry. I thought it was. It sounded like Larry. Ignore me.
Right now, Brick Fair. I think Brick Fair. Yeah, Brick Fair's only got Virginia right now.
I just haven't seen, but I don't pay enough attention to. Like I should pay more attention to it. I just haven't seen many shows near me other than Philly.
Kevin, what'd you say?
Nothing.
No, seriously, what'd you say?
I said, "Aren't you on break right now, Mark?"
Yeah, for good reason going back on break, because clearly I can't take part of a conversation and hear it. There's nothing on the East Coast.
Not that I've seen lately.
Brick Fair had a couple, but I think a lot of his have not done well. He had one in New Jersey.
So there's a vacuum on the East Coast.
There's definitely.
Well, maybe the venues are more expensive or something, so it's harder to break even.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people here though that I know that would go to show. Like You have to put it in the right spot. You have to
Right. Well, what's the right spot?
just outside New York City.
Well, what's the right time
Right
of
in
year
area.
is my question.
It could be White Plains, New York. It could be
White
Stanford,
Plains.
Stanford, Connecticut,
Jersey.
Connecticut has a huge convention hall. They just
Yeah.
built. It's brand new. Like
If
there's
you know a venue, like, feel free to send me the information about the venue. I'll contact them.
yeah. There's a lot of new-
My big thing about owning a convention is I don't want to pull away from the attendance we have in Chicago, which happens in June. So if you have like
You're just doing it at a different time of the year.
different time of the year, but like the right amount away, like the right length of time away from it would be like early winter.
Yeah, but
And
people would
what
still,
happens in winter? Are we okay? Blah blah blah. But like, I don't want to be afraid of winter either.
people here are used to
Like,
winter. I mean, it's the East
Yeah,
Coast.
yeah,
So,
exactly. And you have less snow up there than we have here in the Midwest because you have the Pacific Atlantic trade winds.
yeah, we still get
Um,
hammered. We get the occasional blizzards, but
course.
people here are used to traveling in the snow. That won't deter anyone.
Exactly. Same here. So like January, February, like if you think a convention would be good there in that time, very, very, again, there's many reasons that you and I should just get together on our own and have a
Yeah,
conversation.
talk about it. Yeah, I'm down for that. I just think there should be a show here because I just don't find there's never any, and it's like
And there's also like the mental capacity for me for doing 2 conventions a year. Sounds insane to me, like on the surface. But at the same time, I just bought the company. I literally just bought it 1 year ago. Wait, no, I bought it 3 years ago, right before the pandemic. But it's only been 1 year since I've been able to run the company as quote unquote normal.
it's definitely a big, heavily populated
Anything
market.
you do normal, Mark.
So we have a lot of stores here. There's a lot. Like I think it would do well, but we can talk.
I want to do like Fabu Convention, New York.
I mean, I think the New York
right now
fair happens here in New York City all the time. So for all the big companies, so I just think that I've just seen that there's some in Philly and then there's some in Maine, but there's never any in the in between spot where the people are.
Right, you know the brand, you know the AFOL community, and you know the area. You mentioned several arenas.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
Where like we should definitely talk. Larry, you and I should talk.
I was actually looking at the the website. So they've got it's kind of weird looking. They've got like a main hall of education is like their big expo space.
Okay.
And it is 90,000 square feet.
Jesus. That's a lot.
It is. And it's kind of split into there's
two, you can like give me like 40,000 square feet for a first year.
Well, there's split in there's like two halves of it. One of them is 34,000 plus.
There we
the
go.
Other is 56,000 plus.
We start in 34. That's where we start. We start in 34.
Or there's the expo hall, which is like you can like walk into it. It's like a big rectangle, and it's split into 3 pieces, and then the last one is the expo hall, and that's 31,750.
Perfect. So just if you find the sales link from that website, just send it to me.
Okay.
Mark at
Real easy. Market.com. Is that what I heard?
Mark with a K at brickworld.com. Just send me the link to how to get in touch with their sales staff, and we'll get something going.
Okay.
How is Colorado in January?
White,
cold,
hit or miss. It could be freezing. It could be mild.
Despite like whatever the weather is, people want to get out and go places. Are they used to like getting out and driving in the snow?
Oh, hell yeah. This isn't like California or something where people just freak out when it.
Let's do some winter stuff, because that seems to be, in my research, the time of year when most families want to get out and have something to do, because they don't have like the easy summerness of like sports, vacations, and like just being able to like go wherever because the weather is nice. They want to have some single destination to go to get the family entertained, to be able to go from there home. So as long as it has to be a venue that has concessions.
Oh yeah. In fact, the expo hall has a bar and grill
Perfect.
right there.
Reed, I'm curious.
Mark, if you look up nationalwesterncomplex.com, you can see the floor plans and everything.
Hey, Stud, I just Googled Brick Fair, New Jersey, 2021.
Where was it in Jersey though? Because Jersey, it could have been South Jersey, which is basically Philly.
It's the caucus. It was at the Meadowlands Exposition Center.
Oh, that should have done well. When was that?
September 2021.
Well, that was the pandemic, wasn't that? That was the pandemic.
Oh, I wanted to look this up, Mark.
That was when we all opened up again. Yeah,
that should have done.
The National Western Stock Show is in January. That's they built this venue around this event, so that's probably not the month to do
that's
it.
Okay.
But, yeah.
I mean, the Meadowlands is right where like the Giants play and the Jets play. Like that should have been a good show, but that seems
no one cares about the Jets.
Maybe still in 2021. Maybe
they beat the Broncos.
I don't know. I mean, the person who basically does
Bears beat the Giant or the Patriots last week. So
nothing else. I'd say research Brick Fair. I mean, you might be able to contact Todd and just
I just there's a market there that I just think that
he's had some shows that just haven't done very well, and I'm not sure what it is, but I mean,
they didn't done very well.
I think
Brick Fair New England.
Love you, Kevin.
If he took it from New Jersey
Kevin so much
and put it in Connecticut, you'd get Long Island, you would get Vermont, you would get New Hampshire. Like he's got it just a state away from where it should be. Like especially Lego is, their U.S. headquarters is in Connecticut. Like there's a lot of fans, there's a lot of stores. I think if it was in southwestern Connecticut or even New Haven, Connecticut, it would because there's so many train lines and ferries and everything.
Yep.
It would get a lot of people.
I love these positives. I have to research the negatives and then make sure I know how to market to all the positives.
It's just something to look into because it's a market.
Oh, definitely. No, I love it. This is fantastic. We definitely want to grow. I think my main mantra has been I want to make sure I know how the business works before I try to break it, which includes adding new shows.
Yeah, no, I get that. I own a business myself, so I get it.
Yeah. So basically, Brick Fair New England was in Marlborough, Massachusetts, but he did in New Jersey in 2021.
Yeah, that's another thing though. Marlborough show. That's the thing. Marlborough is up there. He's not putting it where all the train lines and the ferries connect.
And they have a bit of a different model. They have a bit of a different model when they do their smaller shows, in that they just make them smaller conventions. And we have a different model where we make expos as compared to conventions, which are just public days.
Because everyone here, they're used to getting on a train line or getting on a ferry and commuting to work.
Yeah. So are we here in Chicago?
Spots that are just outside of that connectivity of the commuting. So
makes a huge difference. And people are used to putting on snowshoes in Colorado and walking to a convention. I'm all for that. Put on their snow chains.
Grizzly Adams.
Or it could be totally dry streets. I mean, it could be.
To be honest, the Meadowlands is a pain in the butt to get to. So it's a big venue.
And that's the one in Marlborough?
No, that's that's just in New Jersey, just over the river from New York City.
Okay.
It's right where when
you were recommending.
Yeah, so
I think you definitely should put it in central Connecticut on the shoreline, and you'll get Long Island, you'll get Massachusetts will come down, you'll get New York City will come up. It's
yeah, he did two. He did 2019 and 2021 in New Jersey, so
it's worth looking into. Those were during the pandemic too, because
I mean,
that should get a good result.
Yeah, it's kind of those things that happens. Oh,
I made money from Brickfest today. This was in complex. Yeah, that's what I wrote in my notes.
It's just a big market with a lot of people that I think no one is really fully tapped into. That's all I'm saying.
That or they're just doing it in the wrong places. I mean, there's a lot of Brick Universe and all that stuff out there. I mean, probably search those sites too.
I mean, dude, because there's a reason. I can go within a 2-hour radius and hit 11 Lego stores. There's a reason there's 11 Lego stores here. People buy. So,
yeah, no kidding.
There's a reason Cheap Ass keeps finding all kinds of deals.
That too. There is a market here. It's just no one's really fully tapped into it.
Yeah.
Especially like I said, the fact that Lego, their headquarters is in Connecticut, even though it's up way in the boonies, it's on the Massachusetts border. But there's a lot of fans here. So
what the heck happened there?
Oh, I see.
Brick Universe doesn't have any cities. I don't know where are
like I said, people here are used to commuting. That's what they do. So
don't tease me, Reed.
No, he says. Well, it says Jacksonville postponed, but it doesn't have the old ones. I don't know what they did to his site, but something's wrong.
So another event they have in February at the National Western Complex is the Colorado Kennel Club annual all breed dog show.
Hot dog.
Oh, I would so
do that same weekend, and you'd get nothing done.
We have all those cat shows, snake, reptile expos, the big dog show. I think it happens in Long Island.
Catfest Colorado is actually the next big thing coming. Colorado's celebrations of all things cat. Oh god.
Yep. Well, I mean, there's plenty of that. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff out there. You just gotta figure out where they're all going. Because everybody's competing. Everybody's competing. All the smaller ones are competing for everything.
Oh, sorry.
In White Plains, New York, there's
it's offline. Hey, Reed, the entire site was fine. So none of the links work.
Yeah, so something's going on. I don't know. Maybe he's been hacked. I don't know.
Not maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I mean, because I know he's got a ton of he's had tons of locations. That's why.
He changes like he has like a he changes some areas. He changes every 3 years. He changes like certain cities if they don't do well. He switches to another one in near region the following year. Blah 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 blah. We try to let things build where they're at. Like I was ready to give up on Detroit this year, but we had our best year in Detroit ever this year. So
Larry, I know this is
I'm not giving up on it anymore.
This was another random video game that no one's played. Ghost of the Goblins. I don't know if anyone's played.
Oh yeah, you asked me about that, and I'm like,
Ghost of the Goblins.
Yeah, I did the whole first level.
Shut up,
dude! That is so cool.
Oh, that's awesome! I love this snake.
They got the little flying devil, and the cool thing was the here I'll pull him off. Nice. I had to clip his visor. I don't know why Lego doesn't make. It was this is a Nexo Night visor, but it fit his character so much better. And it had an antenna that I just clipped off like Moto does. But in the arcade game, it was they were blue zombies with red hair, but Nintendo did it with and the zombies would come up out of the dirt. So
okay. Mm-hmm. I know I've had seen it.
I was obsessed with it as a kid. I had to make this level. So for Halloween,
I'm familiar with the game, but I never played it.
Yeah, I need to make Instagram reels for this. I'm going to do it Monday on Halloween, but I've been slaving on this one, trying to get it done. It's funny because it's such a random game that the people that actually do know it, when I put it in my stories, they were like, "Oh my god!" It's such like a random game, and then most people don't know what it is. But
I remembered it because we played like the real life game. It was Ghosts and Goblins. It was like a hide and seek game.
Yeah, it's funny because they had the piranha plants. Like it just translated into Lego, and they used to collect little money bags. Like it just translated into Lego so well. I was like, dude, even if no one knows what the game is, I have to make it. But it's one of the top 5 hardest Nintendo games to beat. It was a very hard game. And it was an arcade game before that, but it was one of my Halloween.
Well, I was gonna say just not the best choices, but Brickfest Live is coming to the Meadowlands in December. So, but
anyone else on the panel or in the chat putting anything together for the Dungeons and Dragons challenge?
When's the deadline for that?
It's like second week of November. It's coming up.
Yeah, I meant to ask that. I want to do something for that. Definitely, I would love to do. But they probably wouldn't accept it because it's from the cartoon, the roller coaster, the dragon coaster from the cartoon in the 80s. That was the intro music.
Oh, that would be cool.
It'd probably be a waste of my time and big thing.
Yeah, it might be because I really think they're going with the game.
Yeah, they're going for the real.
There was an entry of one of the characters from that show.
Yeah,
And I'm
Now
like,
is that the one? Is there a max size like 16 by 16 plate or is there
no? There's no limits really at all. It's just something Dungeons and Dragons.
That's
You
the
got
thing.
people. You got people that are building like dice towers. You got people building. There's a lot, and I would love if this is what they actually did. If it wasn't my build, would be to do a modular dungeon thing that you could actually play. Yeah. I don't know if they want to go down that road, but
yeah, I mean the closest thing I can think of too is the Munchkin game boards that Crazy Bricks. He's built a couple of those with the different because it goes to level 10, so different 10 different rooms of dungeons he's done over the years. Just based on that.
Beyond the Brick they highlighted this guy that I talked to in Salt Lake. He did a brick-built Settlers of Catan game. It was freaking awesome. I'm like, copying that.
On my list to do for years.
I know Ryan did. Ryan from TwinLUG built one too at one time, a long time ago.
When's the deadline for that?
It's like, hold on.
Like 2 weeks? That's the thing. My MOCs take.
It was yesterday. No, it wasn't.
What?
No, I'm kidding.
I don't build.
November 14th is the idea deadline.
Yeah, that weekend is what it's supposed to be Train Fest, which unfortunately seems like is a no-go for us this year.
Well, and my heart sank a little bit when I saw that somebody had submitted the same thing I was going to do, but I think I could do better. So,
yeah,
I got to do something up for that.
I got to call. I actually got to call Mr. Williams about Madison. But yeah, it sounds like we got the big train show here in Milwaukee. We got waitlisted this year. They picked like smaller Lego displays than the big one that we usually do. So my next show is Nebraska Brick Days in early April or May, I guess.
Because
you're not going to go to Brick World Milwaukee or anything, are you?
Well, if it's a different weekend, then
April 17th and 18th.
If Nebraska Brick Days is that same weekend, I've got Nebraska.
Oh, that's right. Yep, I forgot.
Because that first idea I had with the roller coaster, I knew. I'm like, well, they're really going more for the game and not the cartoon, so that would be a waste of time.
Right.
Yeah, I'll think of something.
April 20th through the 23rd for Nebraska Brick Days.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I think you can do both.
There's a lot of beholders. There's a lot of dragons.
I know Jesse did that cool tower. He was building before the contest even happened. Jesse,
I know. Yeah, it was coincidental that Jesse had that and his tavern like ready to go.
Yeah. So
coincidental.
Of course, knowing Jesse, he would have been like, "Oh yeah, I'll whip that out tonight."
This is the thing. My MOCs, I'm so anal about them. They just take some time. So,
same.
Rush something out.
Same here. So, Kevin, are you caught up with all new things animated Star Wars this week?
I'm caught up with Andor. I have not watched the Tales of the Jedi yet.
Oh, you're such a loser.
Thanks. I'm very excited for it, but I'm going to try to actually watch it with my kids.
Yeah, you should.
It's great. The short episodes kind of suck, but it's a good show.
Yeah.
It connects a lot of a lot of dots in the timeline.
It does. It's like let's explain this little plot.
They kind of like said, all right, we're going to take 20 to 40 years and we're going to connect dots each episode to these little it's kind of strange, but it's good. It's good. Yeah. It's just short, which sucks.
Yeah, but it's good out of nowhere, and it came out in the middle of Andor, which doesn't make sense. But
you'll see when you watch it. You'll enjoy it. It's good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yaddle is back in it, so most fans, the Clone Wars fans, love Yaddle, the little female Yoda.
Oh yeah,
he's in it. So you'll see. I'm not going to spoil it. Larry knows it's short and sweet, but all the episodes are short and sweet, so you'll see.
I would love to see what's his name from the original Clone Wars.
They show Qui-Gon Jinn when he's young too. They kind of
yep.
That's the cool thing is all the characters kind of age through the timeline. But
because you show Dooku and Qui-Gon out on a mission. Yeah, and Qui-Gon is the Padawan, and so it's pre Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
which probably puts because you don't really know when I think was it the very first episode that shows the origin of the
I don't want to
Silver?
hear any of this. None of
you
it.
don't?
No,
Oh,
it's
you
not
don't
gonna
want me to
spoil
tell
it.
you about?
It doesn't spoil it. Trust me.
It doesn't. You watch the damn trailers and you'll see all this.
Exactly. It's not like it's just when it comes to just to show you what the timeline's like. By episode 4, Qui-Gon is dead, so it goes, which you already know he's already died in the movie. So it just goes through the timeline like these big chunks. So you'll see. You'll like it.
Yeah, I think you will. I think one of my favorite ones had the least amount of dialogue, and it covered like the most amount of time for the main character that they followed. Do you know what I'm talking about, Stud?
Yeah. No, I don't.
Yeah. That one almost gave me some chills.
Yeah, it's just crazy how it's kind of like the new Game of Thrones House of the Dragon, where it just jumps in time like very rapidly.
That was very weird for me to watch. It was good. God, it's just really tough, man.
You didn't like the cast change in it?
It was something very different. I mean, you haven't seen that in any kind of a show or movie even in I don't know how long.
Well, in the original Game of Thrones, like we spent years with these characters, and we saw them age year by year.
Yeah.
And so it was abrupt to suddenly see like some characters replaced, but others not.
Yeah.
Well, they will age like the ones that were like already adults, and then all of a sudden, this one went from a child actor to an adult and has 3 children now. You know.
What sucks about House of the Dragon is that it built up to the best part, which is going to happen next season, and we're not going to get that.
I know.
So
Well,
like, really starts to go down.
That was the end of the first book, though.
So,
Was it?
Yeah.
That was the end of the first book.
Oh, yeah, it follows the book. That which I appreciate.
I don't read
That
books.
was the ultimate moment of the first novel.
So, but I want to see the true dragon fights and everything, and that which is coming. But
Yeah, of course. You just got to be patient, man.
I know. But
Dude,
Patience. How long will that take?
Dude, there's nothing like Game of Thrones.
I know I have to be patient.
To test your patience. Yeah, our next season will be out in 2 years.
Yeah, that's what George was like. Yeah, it's probably going to be a year and a half at the.
God, I hate that. I hate
2 years.
I have so much hate. Now, when I didn't start watching Game of Thrones when it first came out. I think we started watching it either season 5 or 6. I don't remember waiting for season 6. I do remember definitely waiting for season 7 because that one was like 2 years and a major disappointment. But I was fortunate enough that I could binge the first 5 or 6 seasons.
The crazy thing is I didn't watch it until the pandemic when I binged the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is I was working on it during marketing briefs because every brand wanted to have like a cross promotional game. So I would just read briefs and be like, all right, this is that character, this is that character. We got to make a poster for this. And so I would never. But then when I watched it during the pandemic, I got so sucked into it. I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is what people were talking about that I was missing. Like, so
yeah, I read the second half of the show was garbage.
I'm glad though that I watched it all at once instead of like having to wait season to season.
Yeah, that's same.
See, but I think releasing episodes one at a time, I'm enjoying them so much more because of it. I enjoy each episode as it comes out, so I'm liking the fact that they're doing that with Star Wars and The Boys and the other shows as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're gonna like Tales of the Jedi. It's really good. I liked it better than Clone Wars, to be honest, but it's just each episode is just very short.
Well, it's like if you took like the very last season of Clone Wars, they'd be comparable. But when you think of Clone Wars, you think of the whole tedious journey.
Yeah.
But the other show, and I got this idea from Bricklock last week on the show, was Peripheral. That's a brand new show on Amazon. It's pretty good.
What about this? Yeah, it's supposed to be good.
It is pretty good.
We started watching a show on Epix called From. And really dug it. So I'll just leave that there because we're on a completely different track. But it's very sci-fi.
I haven't started Peripheral yet, but I hear it's good.
It is good. It's cyberpunk. Well, Moto was educating us on it. It was Moto that suggested watching it.
Ow.
It was
funny bone.
Yeah. Don't know why they call it that. It's really not funny when you do that.
No, it's not.
Humorous.
It should be called Tingly Painful Fucking Bone.
Peripheral was like, it was written by the guy who kind of pioneered the whole cyberpunk genre, is my understanding. And
Which is
so,
who?
I'm waiting for.
I don't know his name.
I'm waiting
but
for a
it's
few
based off of
episodes
book.
to roll out so I can watch, like, kind of semi binge watch it.
Yeah, well, there's 3 out now because the first
Oh,
week they
there's
did
3
2.
now?
Yeah, they did two episodes the first week.
What day do the episodes come out?
Fridays.
All right, I'll definitely start it now because that's great.
What's it on?
Prime.
Amazon.
Oh, okay. Who's in it?
The main chick is the girl from Kick-Ass.
Yeah, she was the sidekick.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Chloe something or other.
70?
Yeah.
She was also in a I don't know the name of it, but I saw it on Netflix where she played like this female vampire as a kid, and it was I wish I knew the name of the show because it was so rad. Such a good movie. He plays this like little kid vampire, but it's like it sounds kind of corny, but it was really good. It was done really well. I wish I knew the name. If you look at her on IMDb, you'll see.
I'm
But
doing that right now.
you should check out that movie where she's a kid vampire. It's very, very good. And it was when she was young.
Oh, you're talking about Kirsten Dunst?
No. That was
God.
that was an interview with a vampire. This was.
I know. Just kidding.
No, I know what you're saying. But this was kind of like that, but it was done so.
That's what Kevin does.
It was so weird. I don't know.
Chloe Grace Moretz.
I wish I knew the name of it.
Oh, okay.
She was also in Carrie.
I watched it on Netflix.
Is it Let Me In?
Yeah, I think that. Yep, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
And
that
she's
one.
in the Fifth Wave.
That's it. It's Let Me In.
So watch the original Swedish version of that movie. It's called Let the Right One In.
Yeah, that's what I've seen.
That's better.
Is that like
because the version with her was great. So
it is great, but it's very Americanized, and like watching the original Swedish version is very much like this is.
I'm always down for that.
Story that exists for itself, and then they kind of Americanize it. Like if you've already seen Let Me In, I encourage you to watch Let the Right One In. It makes a little bit more sense.
I just randomly came across
because in Sweden they have the long night winters where they only have 4 hours of daylight.
Yep.
So it makes a lot more sense why he's going to after school activities and they're happening during the dark, and why she has much more time to like be a vampire out because there's only 4 hours of daylight a day during the winter. So when they're playing hockey, he's only got like 4 hours to like have his rage because that's as long as they can be out on the ice, and then she's up again afterwards. It makes more sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Dude just said he's going to bed because Kevin Wagner has not said hey to me yet.
Hey.
That's our term.
Sorry, I saw that too, Jude, but there was constant discussion going on for about half an hour before things finally slowed down. So, hello, Jude. And I saw that you said,
there was a lot of
woken up - Kevin Wagner or whatever.
A lot of Lego politics going on in here before.
Is it the same name? Is it the same name?
We're so sorry.
Is it the same name for the Swedish one? This Let Me In? Is that what it's called?
Let the Right One In.
Oh, Let the Right One In. All right. I'm going to check it out because I randomly came across the Netflix version with her in it, and I liked it. So I'll probably definitely like the other one.
Another Swedish movie series to watch would be the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
The Swedish one?
Yeah.
I think it was because it was not subtitles, but what do you call when they do the voiceover?
Dubbed.
Yeah, it was dubbed.
Yeah, it was, and I've actually read
the Swedish version, not the American version, because there's two of that one as well.
It was dubbed. The one
Are there two of those, Mark?
Yes, there's an American one with Daniel.
No. I know. I've watched the Swedish version, which is great.
Mm-hmm. There's an American.
Daniel Craig did Girl with Dragon Tattoo, but did they make an American sequel? I don't think they did.
Not yet. There's 3 books. It's like the girl who kicked the hornet's nest and the girl
who breathed fire or something.
Something like that.
Something, yeah. So I read the books, and that was actually very
so
interesting
good.
because
the books were good.
Stieg Larsson. It's a good name.
Hey,
Hey,
because it was a non-American writer, so
yes.
the book had a totally different pace than what you expect.
And it's a very
it was very, very well done.
it's very Scandinavian sensibilities behind all of
Yeah.
I started.
They don't
on
talk
Netflix.
that way anymore.
I started on Netflix.
Yeah.
It was another dubbed movie, but it's like a Polish exorcism movie called Hellhole on Netflix. I started watching that.
Called what?
Hellhole.
Hellhole.
It's like some priest that goes to a monastery, but he's actually like a possessed kid from like they were trying to kill him back in the day, and so he's kind of like the devil that sneaks into a whole monastery for. It's like a mental asylum. They call it a sanitarium for everyone there. Is like it's weird, but it's a Polish thing. But it seemed first episode was really good. So
honestly, international shows subtitled are like some of the best that exist on Netflix.
Sometimes you come across gems.
If you have Apple TV Plus, watch Pachinko.
Pachinko, huh? I think Pachinko.
I just wish they could.
Plinko?
Are you saying plink?
Pachinko.
I tried to do the undubbed too on Netflix. I'm half Polish, so I understand. Like my grandparents were straight from there, so I grew up. I don't speak it that well, but I know it that I can watch a movie, and it wouldn't let me turn the subtitles off, which sucks. But probably better off. But it was still really good. It's called Hellhole on Netflix. It's pretty cool.
I'll check it out for sure.
Hey Kevin, what's the difference between ignorance and indifference? No, don't care.
Very good, Larry.
That's a very, very well crafted pun. Better than anything I've ever heard come out of Wagner's mouth.
Oh,
Mark,
I don't know about that. He's a punny guy.
Yeah. What's up? Did you need me?
No.
Oh, I don't need you anymore.
Oh, okay.
For that comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
did you watch? Did you watch
any offense by it? It was just 100% true. Did we watch what?
Werewolf by Night?
Yeah,
not yet.
I haven't watched it yet either.
My husband is a huge Marvel fan, and I said, "Let's watch Werewolf by Night," and he was like, "What else are we watching?"
To be honest, that's one of the best Marvel things they've put out.
That's what I've heard.
I know.
That's what I've heard.
It's like classic. It has classic like
everything
and horror, black and white genre. Like and when he comes in and first looks at all the monsters on the wall, there was Easter eggs for all those old monster movies.
Yep.
It was great. That's another one that I wish was just longer. I wish it was a longer series because it was really good. But we're also here are old farts, so we're used to that, that genre,
right? Instead, they give all the time to masterpieces like She-Hulk.
Yeah, if I showed that to my nephews, they'd probably be like, "What the hell is this?" Like they wouldn't like it.
So here in Chicago, I don't know how far into the Midwest it went, but like growing up, we watched Son of Svengoolie, which had all like the classic monster movies on it. Like some people saw it through Elvira or like whoever else. We had Richard Coase as Son of Svengoolie. So like the most awful, like the one that really stuck with me was a movie called, and it's on the Criterion Collection now. It's called Equinox, and the specialist effects supervisor from Star Wars was in charge of it, and like there are scenes in it where like it's like the Emperor falling down into the pit in Jedi. It's like the same. It's all the same like tricks in it, and that's kind of like why it was put in the Criterion Collection. It's not a great movie in retrospect, but it's like classic for me from being a kid. And Herb Tarlac from WKRP is in it.
I'm living on the air in Cincinnati.
The Thanksgiving episode is the most
Cincinnati,
classic sitcom episode ever to exist. Where they drop the turkeys out.
To drop the turkeys,
But it's available on HBO Max, and I highly recommend this Halloween weekend. Everybody watch Equinox. You might not be satisfied with it.
I'm an HBO.
Didn't age well.
Oh, it ages perfectly in my opinion. But that's because I have like a nostalgic view of it. So it was like something I watched with my dad and was terrified by because I was like 5 years old for it. But it's a piece of crap. But it's like as far as like special effects go. Anyway, go ahead. Anyway, I was just gonna ramble.
Speaking of nostalgia, my mother last year I gave her a Christmas gift, and like I would tell my mother, I'm like, I'm old, don't get me a Christmas gift. She's like, no, you're gonna like this. I opened it up, and it was a handmade leather-bound book of the Never-Ending Story.
Oh,
really? Like it was the actual book from the movie, and you open it up, it was the real novel. It's on Amazon. It's like $200.
Oh, wow.
I was shocked.
Mom,
she wore a necklace, dude. Like, not only dude, I said, yeah, you're right. This is the best gift I've ever got in my entire life, Mom. Like, she gave me the Never-Ending Story prop book, which was insane.
Puppy's ringing the bells. I'll be right back.
Ready Player One is much better than Ready Player Two. I was not very happy with Ready Player Two at all.
I liked it. It was still pretty good. It made sense. The story made sense, but
it very much deviated from the first one. Well, and if I say why, I'll give away the story. So,
well, I mean, I think if Ready Player One, the book, if the movie had been closer to the book, I mean, right when it came out, the movie came out, it would have, with today's society and what was going on, would have been even bigger than it was. It would have been.
I love the movie too.
The movie was great, but the movie would have been, I mean, just astronomically big had it stayed closer to the book for at least the first bit of the book.
I think I love the movie. I wouldn't change the movie myself.
No, but just with what was going on when the movie.
Except the whole Shining scene, I didn't like at all.
No, I didn't like that. But in terms of where our world was when that movie came out, had it been closer to the book, it would have been just people have been like, oh, this is what's happening now in real life. Oh my God, and be like, yep. Everybody we're learning from home, so it was like, yeah, this is.
Reed, instead of the neti pots, you got to do these things. Just blast it. They make the. It's like the air forces it right up in your nose.
Oh,
it's a neti pot. It's the same thing as the neti pot. It's just it's quick. You can get it.
Yeah, and you don't have to mix your own salt water.
Yeah,
I've screwed that up before. That ain't good.
Well, I bought some.
It burns.
It's just more convenient next time.
I basically just this time I closed my eyes and the whole thing went that much better. So.
Yeah, when I do this, it's painful because it blasts out of your eye sockets, but it works. It's
cool.
So in other words, when you're doing it, don't accidentally pull out your nose and spray your eyes. What you're saying?
Yeah, I always put a paper towel over it when I do it because it's fly.
Sounds like anything we put up our nose is dangerous. Here, let me see if I can do any damage when I shoot this sucker up my nose.
It works good though. These are
like stuck, and then I really will have a breathing problem at that point. Let's just do both nostrils at the same time.
Okay, so the puppy had to pee, and now we're talking about snorting stuff. What happened while I was?
Yeah, no, you missed it.
Neti pots.
You missed it.
All right, whatever. I accept.
It's legal. It's legal.
Don't look into the camera right now. Whatever you do not look at the screen, and you'll be okay.
Speaking of the fantasy IPs, I'm very curious what Disney's going to do with Willow. It's coming up in a couple weeks, a few weeks.
I don't have high hopes for that, but I could be surprised.
I'm hoping that we're surprised because we'll see. I used to love that. As bad as it was, and it was George Lucas and Ron Howard.
It wasn't that bad.
I enjoyed it for what it was. But when you look back on it, it was kind of like the dragon was kind of bad claymation. So I'm curious to see what they do.
Just special effects of the age, right?
Claymation. But Harryhausen?
I would love a Lego set, though. I would love a Lego set for Willow. So I hope Disney makes Lego make one. Well, we'll see. It's going to be popular.
There's a couple of Willow idea sets.
Yeah, I've seen them. But I want to have that real, not a Harry Potter wand. I want that crooked, molded wand. I want the real Willow wand.
Willow.
Don't experiment with mouse buttons when streaming.
Oh, who's home?
All right.
I'm going to take off, guys.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, Mark. Good to see you, brother.
Great night.
Mark, is there a call on Sunday?
Yeah, always, every Sunday.
I might actually make it this time. We'll see.
Oh, that'd be great. It'd be nice to see you there.
Sounds good. Hopefully, I'll see you in a couple days.
All right. Good night, you guys.
Later.
Night.
Bye.
Bye. What's the Sunday call? What's
Nothing. Nothing.
What happened to TJ? TJ disappeared hours ago.
Yeah,
His bedtime.
his dorm mates were making way too much Friday night noise.
I'm just asking, Mark. Curious. Is it Brickworld related? Can you answer that? I am coordinating the frickin' swap day.
There's
thing,
nothing to do with you.
Okay, that's good. Oh, like Euro bricks and some of that stuff. Okay. I keep forgetting you have all that other stuff. Hey, remember I joined that one thing long time ago, the medieval thing. Has anything happened on that? Because I haven't been there in forever. That medieval.
I
think it was
a contest going.
But I was like supposedly going to be part of the Northern Realm or something. But yeah.
Yep.
Hey, look at that! I have a new castle. I wonder if that would work for the Northern Realm.
You had that one last week.
Huh?
We had that last week.
No. See, did you see Studs? Did you see I was having Chester inspect the wall at Brickworld while Nick was building something. I think this was for the studio the one year where he streamed. They built a life-size like movie studio or like a live streaming type thing. So I came over with Chester and we were building.
That's not the guy from the show, is it?
Yeah.
It's
Nick.
Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, is he part of TwinLUG?
Yep.
So I've probably seen him before. I never even realized it.
Yeah, he's been at Chicago. I think. Yeah, he's been at Chicago all those years. Yeah,
it's funny because I was just showing him that Ghosts and Goblins mock that I showed you guys because I always share my Nintendo stuff with him. I did not realize he was a Lego Masters. I'm like, and I said something, and he's like, "Oh yeah, well I got the show thing and this and that." And I was like, I looked at his feet. I was like, "Oh shit, I should have looked like." So
I'm getting a vibe that he won the show.
I don't know.
He's good. Talented. He's very talented.
He's good. I wouldn't. I'm definitely thinking they're going to go a long way. Definitely.
Clearly.
They seem to like that team quite a bit. They're definitely one of the better teams that are in there, but I'm still not that impressed with the building capabilities of the teams this year.
Yeah, some stuff's been better than others. In the end, it's kind of, you're right. It'd be nice to see him win, but you're right. I don't know. He is doing definitely if you watch the show, and then I definitely Thursday night, I would say definitely go in and watch his Twitch a little bit with the builders. You'll get a little bit of what else was going on. Hey, Bricklock. Just because I did that.
Here.
I went to do that before I went and joined Hoosier stream. I sat in there for about 45 minutes, threw some bits at him and whatnot. So in the end, I enjoyed it because in the end he doesn't have everybody. He's had a few where he's had lots of the builders in there. This one he hasn't had very many. So.
Yeah.
So it's good. It's a good. You learn a little bit about everything. I laugh because the one thing they did cover was like they were about build quality and stuff. They were talking about that, and then somebody mentioned, well, hey, I hear in Germany they build for they'd have 3 days on, they have a day off, and you just watched all the builders just their eyes just go bulge and go, okay, the U.S. is not like that. So whatever the U.S. does, it's different than a lot of the other realms, a lot of the other countries that do this. So in the end, it was just kind of funny. I'm like, okay, but in the end, they still, a lot of the builds are still decent. The dogs. We only had 2 that actually lost their head. Oh, whoop! Sorry, my bad.
He's always making awesome Nintendo mocks. Like when I met him years ago, and I always share like my Zelda builds with him and random Mario stuff he did, and we always be swapping things back and forth. But it was funny because I don't watch this season, so I had no idea he was on the show. And it makes sense because he's a great builder. I would figure he would be on the show.
He built some neat stuff. He's built he had a neat. For one of the games, he had the unicorn or something like riding stick. You'd think of when like the riding horse. You'd think of. I was thinking I needed to recruit him if we ever do the if I ever recruit Hinkle again and we somehow make the jackets for the Kelds Angels, I might have to recruit him to do the motorcycle, the motorcycle handle.
Yeah, see, I got the impression that he was just someone that was on like Twitter or Instagram or Twitch. I didn't realize he had a history of building before that.
Yeah, Twitch. I mean, he's huge on Twitch. I mean, but or big on Twitch.
I don't care about that. I'm saying I didn't realize he had a full build history before that. So I'm much more interested in people that have been building for years than people.
Well, yeah, I knew him from Chicago, just like I knew Tyler from Chicago. But I mean, that's kind of thing. It's like that's where those two guys I knew from there.
Nick's had a relationship with Lego though. He's done projects and he's done Lego Ideas projects and he's done promotional stuff for them. So that's why today when I realized, I'm like, oh damn, he's on this season. I never, but it clicked. I was like, yeah, it figures he would be because he's been working with them for a long time. So
well, yeah, especially since like they were saying. I mean, they're like Moto was saying, he thinks a lot of this year is a lot of social media, so they're grabbing the people that are a lot of the
Yeah, I wonder if they're going with him to capitalize on his social media stature.
Yeah, that could be part of it. But he's also a great builder, so it's no disrespect.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I mean that's where they're. I mean, like the two guys that they threw into the thing were on TikTok, I guess, and so TikTok. I mean, just like everything else, they throw so many people on the show. Different teams. I mean. I generally only know a handful. If they haven't been to Chicago and they haven't been somebody who's been kind of really outgoing, I probably don't know.
Where?
Just outgoing personality. I mean, because we got guys that go to Chicago that they'll sit behind the table and you'll never know them. I mean, if anybody is like that's been to Chicago and is on the show, maybe they came out of their shell after the years that I maybe would have seen them. I won't So in the end, there's we have the shows on all the coasts and everything else. So I mean, if people like,
hey, Stud, I sent you a quick message on Instagram.
Trying to think shoot, I can't think. One that just became Master Builder. That was with Beyond the Brick. I'm having a brain fart.
Boone.
Yeah, Boone. Boone. Like Boone. I mean, I only knew from the 1 year that he kind of walked with.
Yep, that's where I knew him from.
I mean, I didn't know him before that. So in the end, I mean, just kind of
I think that was his first time to Rickroll Chicago. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and so in the end, I mean, just like certain things, I mean, that's where you meet. That's where you know people from. I mean, but in the end, you're right. If there's guys that are only on the West Coast or only on the East Coast, and they don't go to shows in the Midwest or go to or I did. I might not know who they are. Plus, BrickCon and Brick Fair New England, I was there, but I mean, I didn't know a lot of people, and if I didn't meet a lot of people, they might have been there, and I might just never have seen them. So,
I have to give props to Eric. So after last week's Friday Night Bricks, when I had the video game up. I called him. We talked till it was like 11:30, 12 my time on the phone.
That's like 4 a.m. my time, right?
Something like that. I don't know time zones clearly, but he walked me through fixing it. He fixed it for me because there's a setting that has nothing to do with it. It says nothing about aspect ratio, and only some nerd like Eric who knows other nerdy stuff that I don't know. Nerd alert! Would know, and he fixed it. All praise Eric. Oh, what goats you talking about, dude? Just kidding. They're here. Every week my Lego room gets destroyed and then put back together, and things get moved.
Macro, did you win? Did you win the Star Wars challenge on ACOB? Did you win that, Macro? I missed the end of it. So I see him in the comments.
I missed the whole thing. I didn't even know it was a thing, and then I saw it. I'm like, damn, I want to watch that.
Yeah, it was a pretty fun little game show they did.
Cool.
I just missed the end. Although they had these galactic suitcases like Howie Mandel did on I forget what game show Howie Mandel's on with. The chicks with the suitcases, but the problem was their suitcases. The host would just say, "Oh, well, it's written down that this suitcase is this," and so the audience didn't know if it was true or not. So that was kind of weird. They got to change that for that. Yeah, Khan was complaining about it. I don't blame him. Khan was like,
Khan was complaining. That's so unusual.
Yeah,
Gosh,
so
he usually keeps his opinions to himself.
it made sense. Khan was right. I mean, I defended him. He was right. Next time they need to kind of show what the suitcases really mean, so the host can't just make something up. But it was a pretty fun show if you're a Star Wars Lego fan.
So, Andor. Thoughts?
I really liked the prison. That was a really cool new take on Star Wars prisons.
I think every Lego convention needs those floors so that if a kid gets too close, to a display,
level 2 electric
the entire audience in that row gets shocked. Yeah,
if you cross the line, you get hit with the button.
I agree. And Andy Serkis, hello.
Yeah, that was surprising.
That was a cool.
That Saw was in the end. Yeah, I love that Saw Gerrera was in it at the end.
Oh yeah.
If they wouldn't have had that last 5 minutes, I would have felt like it was a disappointing episode.
Yeah.
Or when he flies in to meet Saw Gerrera, I was like, because I thought I kept waiting for the ending credits to roll for the last 15 minutes or so of the episode, because I think it was like a 15-minute episode. So good night, Hawkeye Lego Man.
See you, bud.
But yeah, if they wouldn't have had that in, I would have been a little disappointed. But it wasn't. I mean, obviously, it wasn't as good as the previous 2 episodes. But
I've been waiting. I knew that he was going to be in it at the end of the season, and then in season 2 there'll be more of him. But when I saw him, I was like, yes, finally, it's going to start getting. The beef is going to really start now, because we all know in Star Wars, Saw doesn't listen to any rules; he does what he wants. So it's gonna get good.
Yeah. The Mon Mothma scenes were decent. They weren't. I don't know. They were entirely necessary, but still decent.
I would love.
I liked last week's. I really liked last week's.
Last week's was amazing. They did such a good job with last week's.
I would love to see her speeder car in UCS Lego form. That
right?
You
mean her limo?
Yeah, the limo. That speeder limo cool. Is gorgeous.
Yeah. What I loved about that episode and her talking to her senator. He was not a senator, is he? Was he a senator? Anyway,
no, he's
her old time friend.
Well, I think he is a senator, actually. I think he just doesn't spend much time on Coruscant.
Oh, right, okay.
Her husband is shady, man. Someone's going to go down with
her.
Yep.
Maybe.
I don't trust her daughter either.
I think he may not be shady. I think they're trying to portray him as shady, but he may not, because she mentioned that he had been a firebrand at the academy and how things had changed over the years. So I think they're trying to play him up like he is, and it's going to turn out that he's not, but that's just my guess.
Yeah, you're right. He could just be an idiot. So, I mean,
or he's playing his own game.
The writing keeps like paying attention to that, though, like that he's some.
And the whole Cyril Karn thing's got to go somewhere at some point.
Yeah,
he's got to be a pretty pivotal character somehow.
I love the Luthen character, though. How
he's so good.
On and off, so good. Like,
oh yeah.
Well, the scene with him and Mon Mothma last episode was phenomenal.
That was great. That was great.
Yeah, I think they've got some great acting chops on this show and good writing.
Those two things are phenomenal. Like the fact that you can have the first 6 episodes where so little happens action-wise and it's still really good TV. It's been so good. Yep. And it's the background of the rebellion that I had been hoping for how long?
Right.
Yeah. Basically years ago when I was working at Disney and Star Wars, they wanted the showrunners from Game of Thrones so badly. And then when they got all the backlash for season 8 of Game of Thrones, Disney backed off and they're like, all right, we don't want these guys anymore. But they wanted to make a show like this, and it's cool to see them make like an adult character built series like this, which is like which ties into all the things we wanted to know about that whole genre and period of Star Wars. So
I think things fall into Disney's lap. Like Rogue One fell into their lap, and so
it was just when they wanted so bad. It was Ryan, whatever his name was, Ryan, and the other guy from Game of Thrones. They wanted them so bad, and like it was public knowledge. They were trying to get them as to write a Star Wars series, and then once season 8 got all the fan backlash from Game of Thrones, they just kind of left it to be. But
well, and George R.R. Martin is the reason that Game of Thrones is so good. The first season follows the books to the letter, and then they start diverging more and more. And by the time you get to the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th seasons, they're horrible. They're not written well. Everyone's just grouped together in these two groups. That like the whole point is that the Game of Thrones is all of these different characters that eventually intertwine, and you have it's a cross between good and evil.
Great writing.
And in the show, it turns into everyone's good or everyone's bad, and they all end up going on this big hunt to it completely deviates from the series, from the books, and it was garbage. I couldn't stand the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, the very last season was just like, why don't you just tell us you guys are sick of making this show?
Yeah, it did seem like that.
It turned lazy, and like, can we just get done with this? That's how I felt. I mean, the way they were. Let's not really develop how Daenerys turns to the dark side, so to speak. She just flips like a switch.
Yeah, it was very.
We build her up for 6-7 episodes in one direction, and then we're just going to flip the switch on her.
It was very fast. Yeah, you could tell that. But that's the cool thing about House of the Dragon, though, is they're sticking. Even though that book that from House of the Dragon's based on is not, it's seen from 2 different, like how George usually writes it from different character viewpoints. It's still, though, the show follows it to the T. Like, it's pretty. They're doing a good job with House of the Dragon. I just wish that we didn't get left on a cliffhanger like we did, but it's expected with TV. So I get it. I can't wait for those dragons to fight. After I saw that last episode, the tiny little dragon battle, I was like, "Oh, dude, I know." I cannot wait till Daemon gets on his dragon and Daemon goes out to fight. Like, that's gonna be good.
Do you know Daemon is freaking Jaime Lannister? I mean, he's the guy you like. You hate him, then you love him. You're gonna hate him again. You know.
Yeah, he's awesome. That's an awesome character. It's a really good character. George is good at those characters. He's good at writing that.
Yeah.
I like that's the thing. Like to me, Tales of the Jedi seemed like that, where it was they were jumping through time but filling in all these little gaps. They just did it too fast for me. Like it was
and it was just I do appreciate the short story format, like Black Mirror is another good example of good short storytelling. I mean, it's cool. All hail Dave Filoni. I mean, it's like directed, produced, written by, catered by, best script by. I mean, it's like his name is all over it, and it's like, thank you. I mean, this guy, I love everything he does, man.
I can't wait for
and no Kathleen Kennedy.
That's and no disrespect to her because she's worked, on Jurassic Park and all this stuff. But she was always, to me, like, especially working in the industry, she's always just kind of been an upper management assistant. She's never really, like, if you let her alone on Star Wars, she'll destroy it. You can't leave her alone on Star Wars.
No.
That's why I wish she would just let Dave and John be in charge of things, which she's kind of slowly doing. But the Mando season 3 looks so interesting to me because I'm really into the Mandalorian lore. And leading up to
with Bo-Katan and all that.
It seems like they're going to really heavily in season 3 get into that whole battle. So, like, between the factions of the Mandalorian, masks on, masks off, and so I'm really interested in that. The more Mandos give me, the happier I am.
Oh yeah, and I love that it's it's post Jedi, so it's like just an open field.
Yeah,
they don't have there's no plot armor for anybody.
Yeah, there's no constraints.
Right, they can do whatever they want. They can make new stuff.
It was cool too when they showed in the last season when they showed the Night of 1,000 Tears and they had the K2SO droids. Like I was like, oh my god, they even tied that in from Rogue One. Like that was dope. When it was like everything's blown up and it was almost like Terminator where
right out of Terminator.
Yeah, where all the droids are just coming across this, but they were the Imperial droids from K2SO. I loved it. Like that was really cool.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see from the little they showed from the factions and all the different colored Mandalorian costumes. It's gonna be great. But let's face it, the best part of it, and I'm a huge Boba Fett fan. Besides the Jawas are
you were a huge Boba Fett fan, but you're not anymore.
The Jawas are my favorite, like, characters from Star Wars. I've always loved the Jawas as an alien species, but Boba Fett was like my favorite character. And when I saw Book of Boba Fett, it was not what I expected. And the Mando episodes were the best. They were obviously, and I mean, everyone agrees. Most Star Wars fans, like, although when he met Grogu, that was a little rushed. That was a marketing thing, in my opinion. Like when he met Grogu during that last battle, and Grogu just happens to be with Pelimoto on the car. Like it was just a little forced.
Yeah, that was dumb.
No pun intended, but it was. It like that. Those episodes hinted at what season 3 of Mando is going to be with John in charge, and I'm excited.
Me too.
So then, start the second episode of Mandalorian. Did you love that episode of season 1 with the Jawas?
Oh yeah,
that was so good.
And he's climbing up the side of the sandcrawler. Yeah, I love. Like the Jawas are like the crackheads of the Star Wars. Always stealing and pawning things and But it's funny,
little bastards.
Their backstory is pretty interesting because they were like a prominent race on Tatooine at one point, and when the Imperials destroyed the planet, they kind of devolved into this little scavenger race. So it's like that goes deep into the Legends comics and all that, which isn't canon anymore. Like, but
we don't need to talk canon because Disney canon is garbage. So
so that's like old Legends stuff, but. I've just always been interested. I love the Jawas for some reason. The one thing about Mando I love is they made off-world Jawas that have gray. They have the gray suits and the red eyes versus the dark red folks and the yellow eyes. So actually, I bought a few, and he doesn't make them anymore. There was this custom minifigure guy who made them. eBay Engineerio was his name, and he made those off-world Jawas in gray, and I got.
Really? That's cool.
I wish I bought more. Now I'm kicking myself because he doesn't make them anymore. I got 3 or 4 of them.
Nice. Uh-oh.
No, you have a troll.
I'm on it. Oh, come on. Never mind. Reed's still awake.
Guy up. See, he'll probably make them if I ask him to. If I want to buy a dozen, I'm sure he'll make them. They're really cool. He just flipped the Lego, and they're on Lego parts. He just made Lego Jawas in gray, like dark gray with red eyes.
So how about Kenobi? What was your verdict on that one?
I was torn on that one because there's certain aspects I liked of it, but it was the
better than Boba Fett.
The budgets just weren't like what I expected, but because I love the Grand Inquisitor and love the story, how he's one of the Jedi Temple guards and he defected, and so I was expecting more because I really like the Inquisitors, but I mean it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't what I expected. So I'm kind of in the middle on that one.
I liked the first couple episodes and the last episode. And
there were some good episodes.
I wasn't that big a fan of the Obi-Wan Darth Vader interaction.
When they first, I was gonna say when they first introduced Vader, I was like, "What the? Like, you come on, you could have done better." This is his first scene back on the scene in a long time in a show, and you're gonna do him like that. So that, but that's why, like I said, it was a little mixed bag. I like some of the aspects of it, and some of it was just like, come on, why'd you do that? But
I could live the rest of my life without a second season of that show.
It was really only supposed to be. It was originated as one season, but now they might make more, which is kind of freaky.
Well, I hope they learn from Andor and the Mandalorian because, again, Disney, they're doing better with the series, but they're still I feel like they don't know how to really direct what they're getting and what they're doing. They got big names that have succeeded in other fields, and they don't really strategize like they do with the MCU. Although I still say the MCU has gone downhill significantly.
The problem is because they keep flip flopping executive producers. Like if you let Dave and John just let them do their thing, and they'll fix it.
Give them all the money in the world, and just let them make us fans happy.
It's always when Kathy Kennedy, and I hate to say it because it's cliche, but whenever she's the executive producer, she puts too many directors in charge. There's too many cooks in the kitchen, and it gets watered down. So, I mean, it's just facts. Like that's what happens every single time. So,
and I'm kind of annoyed that everyone keeps saying that Andor doesn't have fan service because there's so much they're doing that's for the fans. It's just it doesn't have Jedi and the prominent characters. It's still completely the Star Wars universe. They're still building everything out very well. It's just it's not the mass fandom of having Jedi or Darth Vader or Han Solo in it, and it's too people still don't understand it.
I agree with you. I understand it because I want those little bits and all those little background details there, but I want
the comments about
for a long time.
Mandel and the piloting or the starship, whatever that was stolen from Fondor, which there are shipyards at Fondor, and
it's the younger normie demographic that they want that pew pew fast paced Star Wars.
Like
they don't get it. They don't get it. Like I said, they did it like Game of Thrones, where it's character development, slow plot development. Like it's good writing and it's good. It's just a lot of people, the normie demographic, they don't like it. So it's fine. But I appreciate it for what it is. I love it.
I love because you've got. I think they're giving both sides equal due on how does the rebellion build up and how does the Empire go
respond to that, help the creation of that, and poorly react to it.
Yeah. It's a lot of the young fans. And a lot of young Star Wars fans they don't understand true writing or they're young. They want the entertainment value. So
I feel like it's your Transformers fans, like the movies. It's your Fast and Furious fans. It's those series that aren't very good, but they just have a lot of action.
The pew-pew.
And
they make a lot of money.
Yeah, it's just different Star Wars. It's
kids these days. They want 500 TikTok videos strung in the line.
Exactly. It's
because that's their attention span. I mean, that's how it is. Yeah.
It's sophisticated Star Wars. They don't have the patience to actually let characters develop, which is fine. They're entitled to that. It's their opinion. But I've been, as a Star Wars fan, waiting for this for a long time. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, between Rogue One, Solo, The Mandalorian, and now Andor, despite all of the missteps, Disney has been good for Star Wars.
Yeah, I was expecting a really good movie these days.
Yeah, as an old Boba Fett fan, I was expecting completely different.
Oh yeah.
So it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't what I expected. So
it was pretty horrible.
Yeah, I mean, it's subjective taste.
The further you got in, it's like, really, you're going to do that? It's like suddenly he's taking command of it didn't make sense.
None of it made sense.
A criminal empire. I feel like they tried to make him good guy and nice and friendly like they did the Mandalorian, and that was not his character.
So as a character, you're right. But there was certain little things I liked, like getting to see how they expanded the Tatooine Tuscan tribes. I like that.
Yeah, that was well done.
I like the little Easter eggs those little nerdy Star Wars Easter eggs I really loved. But yeah, the main frame of the storyline and where they took the character really pissed me off. But the little things I liked.
And the Dave Filoni has the bad habit of focusing on his characters and his characters alone and making it such a small story where it's just it should have been the size of that city. It should have been he should have hired a bunch of mercenaries. He should have brought in people from off world with the money that he had, and instead we're just going to gather these 4 people together and take on this whole syndicate, and it was just, it wasn't. It's kind of like in the Last Jedi, where the entire rebellion's killed off in 3 ships. It's like that doesn't make any sense.
No.
Why they wouldn't be? They'd be strung across the galaxy. It would be. It's so small-minded to think that you're encompassing all of that, and it's just a completely incorrect mindset.
Yeah, the one thing though, like I said, like expanding the little Easter eggs, like the Tuskens and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That was the kind of the only redeeming quality of that show for me, was that stuff, because when like Boba Fett, to me, the full, like the original actor and everything was much. And I know when it comes to acting and production and everything, that what's his face that was the actor now that was the one in Clone Wars,
Tamora Morrison versus
Tamora Morrison was. He's
Jerry
way
Ball,
overweight. He's way overweight. Like he crawled out of that pit.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah,
you got that. Yeah.
And so, but the whole mystique of what made us as young kids in our generation love Boba Fett was destroyed in that show. It was gone out the window. It was pissed on. So
we were looking for,
but for us original
bounty hunter show. You know,
for us original Boba Fett fans, it wasn't what we expected.
Yep. Well, and they could have salvaged the show up until the last episode, and then, I mean, it's like at every point in life they could still do this, they could still make this work, and then the last show was the worst episode by far for so many reasons.
Like Larry, on Jesse's Spoiler Show, I called that. I'm like, dude, they're gonna force in Grogu in the later episodes. They're gonna put Grogu in there, and what they do, it's on YouTube. You look at, I said it. I was like, dude, I work for Star Wars marketing. I know what they're gonna do. For toy sales, they're going to force Grogu into this show, and they're going to sell toys, and that's exactly what they did. And I love Grogu. I love him as a character. I love him, but they forced him in there like horribly, and it was like so fast. Like Mando's in the middle of a battle, and he's in the back of a cart. He beats Pelimoto for a second, and she's like, "Oh, look who I got!"
I know, it was so stupid.
Like that was so cheesy. Like. I don't know. They should have done a better job in the writing to actually reintroduce the 2 characters, but it was so fast and forced. It was just.
Well, in GLS, we don't know the anatomy of a rank or a Sarlacc, so who knows what actually happened to him in that.
It has aging enzymes.
Yes,
but that's another cool thing I liked about the show was getting the Hutts in there, getting a Rancor in there,
Chrysanthemum, and
those little Easter eggs,
that was cool.
I really enjoyed those little Easter eggs. They just weren't tied together in the writing very well.
Right.
It was just forced, and just no pun intended. Again, in Star Wars, it was forced and it was disjointed, and so that's what happens though when Kathy Kennedy is executive producer of a show.
Well, and they've got to put these in the hands of the right people, and again, they stumble into that. So because the Boba Fett episode of The Mandalorian was awesome, and it was the same director.
Oh yeah, it was one of the best,
and it was just completely, they just went completely the wrong way. So
that's why the Mando show brings back all those little old school Star Wars. Like when Mando first hit, I was just like, wow. I think most Star Wars fans that are our age were like, yes, this is awesome. This is like old Star Wars, but done in a new age. Like, and we all loved it. So that episode was great. It's just the way they're sprinkling it into everything. Kind of, I don't want them to water down the true value of that show and that character. Which
well, the choreography was done well in that episode, and it was now we're going to have someone else write a 6-8 episode storyline. And again, it was probably like, you can do whatever you want, just write a story and we'll go with it. Versus how is this going to work in? What makes sense for the character? It was, he just turned into a soft, inexplicably turned into a very soft, kind-hearted, we're not going to hurt anyone mushball. And it seemed like they were going somewhere with the Rancor that was going to attack him or eat him at some point down the road. He was a gift that was being set up to actually destroy him, and then he just rides him in the last episode.
The one thing in the Lego universe that bothered me was they didn't make a set with the Rancor. I wanted a new Rancor. God damn it, Lego.
Oh, the old Rancor is fine.
They should have, yeah, but they should have just made it. They could have made a new one in like gray or, a different color shade. Like I was expecting Lego set with Boba Fett riding a Rancor. Like I was expecting that, and they didn't make it, which kind of bummed me out. But it is what it is.
We didn't get any Boba Fett sets, did we?
We got one. The Pelamoto set is one.
Boba Fett which is actually from like the end of a season.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not even from like the. The cool thing though about the Book of Boba is those Mando shows, those few shows with him in it, actually help set up more of Mando season 3, which should be really good. So
yeah,
they are tying it together.
But again, you get a little bit of that for the Mandalorian, where they have this whole coven, and then somehow all but 3 of them get killed. It's like, really?
That was weird.
That didn't make any sense. Again,
no.
And I think that's Dave Filoni being too. I don't know. He doesn't think big enough on a lot of the stuff. Everything has to weave through his characters. He has a very hard time bringing in a lot of side characters and doing any kind of development like they've done with Andor. So
I think some
it
of
either
that
deals with his main characters or it's fluff.
I think some of that though is from up above, like where Kathy Kennedy kind of forces his hand.
Well, but except Clone Wars was not good. Clone Wars was not any good until seasons 4, 5, and 6. They started to have here and there okay storylines, and then season 7 was really well done. But I hated the first couple of seasons of Clone Wars. They were garbage.
They were meant for kids.
Exactly. Like Gary said, they were those, and at that time the demographic was they made it for kids, and they slowly changed it to be more like for everyone and adults. So all these worlds were already created in the RPG and this other stuff, and then they just came in and changed everything. They changed the races, and they weren't well written. The Ahsoka, the morals of the episodes were horrible morals for kids. And they were just so bad. So Filoni's gotten much, much better, and his real value is knowing how all the characters should interact and what their involvement is and the history. I still don't think he's that great of a writer or director. I think you need Jon Favreau to keep him in check. And they're a good combo. They're definitely like
as a combo.
I think any creative, you need to have that kind of who can bounce ideas off another person that knows it really well, and they bring the best out of each other. So it's definitely a good combo. You definitely need to check out the Tales of the Jedi, because I think you'll like it.
I'm very excited to watch it. I just haven't gotten to it yet. So
and the voice acting. I mean, they brought
watch it, like seriously, you could watch it tonight after this very fast.
I could, but like
gotta watch it with his kids though.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I didn't know that. Yeah. You'll enjoy it. It's going to be a fast watch, but you'll like it.
Yeah. Jacob hasn't been getting into Andor very much because it's too slow for him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's not. That's not really for kids.
Nope, it's not. So, and I didn't have him watch the first episode at all. I think I had him watch part of the second one, maybe, or I don't remember. So,
at the end of the day, it's all subjective taste to the Star Wars fan. We're just old Star Wars fans that we notice all the little Easter eggs and we take it seriously. So it's a whole different vibe. Where Disney Star Wars, they go after that big normie demographic. That's why I'm shocked that they actually did make Andor as an adult series. But I like it. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. I didn't have any preconceived notions about it. And when they first announced it, I'm like, really? They're going to make a show about this one character that died in the movie? But
when they first announced it, I was like, oh, that could be amazing. I don't think it's going to happen, but if they do it right, it'll be fantastic. And it's the story of the rebellion, right? That's what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's definitely going to get interesting next season when Saw is really in the picture and he meets K2SO. They're going to tell the story of how they've already said they're going to do it. They signed the actor on, so they're going to tell how he, whatever happened, how he got wiped or whatever, and becomes part of the rebellion. So
and they're going to have to take that out of the comic book, right? There's a comic.
Yeah, I think
tells that story.
I think there is. Yeah, they should. It definitely season 2 is going to be the real action-packed version. just like House of the Dragon. You know, we had all this build up the whole time in House of the Dragon, and next season the war is going to begin, and it's going to be crazy. So,
and that's where I want to see again. I want to see about the rebellion in general. Andor is great as part of it, but I want it to remain being about the entire rebellion and what's going on kind of throughout the galaxy, not just Andor and his specific stories. So I'd like to see some of the characters from Rogue One, like some of the rebels from Rogue One, showing up next season. I hope we get them.
That would be kind of cool.
So
there's a funny thing though about I think it was Danny Bob who was like, if you look at the trailer of Mando season 3, she's like, all those Mandos, like it's a scene where Mando has like he's with 4 other Mandalorians and they slap their chest and kind of portraying the fact that he's got his own little clique now. And she's like, those look exactly like the Battle Pack Lego made.
Yep, they do. They finally made the figures. So
it's funny, but she tried to say that they knew about it previously, but they didn't. Like Disney actually did the reverse and made those characters off of the Lego set, which is totally the opposite of what they normally do. Because there's no way.
Thank God I have an open mind.
In production with Lego Star Wars and minifigures and battle packs and all that for a long time, and there's no way that they could have had that knowledge 3 or 4 years ago. No. There's no way.
Well, so it might have been based on concept art, though. You never know.
They might, but
that might be the only thing.
They keep it hidden. They keep it. They only release the designers what they want them to see. So
it's like that weird crawling tank from episode 8 that never showed up in the movie that they made a set for.
Yeah, I would bet my money though that they made it off of what Lego put out, which it's smart. But it's definitely those characters were not known until actually they were because there was cosplay characters who had those costumes, which Disney kind of fed off of. But so it's like a weird dynamic. But it was definitely they kind of just made it off of that battle pack, which is it's pretty.
Either way, it's cool that they'll be in the show.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm happy to hear that.
Well, gents, I think 4 hours is good for me.
All right.
Rita, you still awake? You still there?
He's probably fast asleep in the reed rocker.
There he is.
Fast asleep.
Well, he's on mute.
He's still muted.
No, but you've been boring me to death, Mike.
Yeah, all we got to do is start talking Star Wars or Marvel.
We can talk some Chima.
Hey, Bricklock, I'm sick, dude. I mean, I've been battling.
I think he's calling me a wuss, but then again, he only showed up an hour ago.
If he's calling me a wuss, I'm sick. So
Bricklock is yeah.
I'm not feeling it. So, But okay, we'll end it. Thanks everybody for showing up. Hopefully we'll be at 150% next week and have this mess cleaned up and be ready to build something better, cooler.
Cool.
We'll see everybody next week. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for everybody who helped out in the chat. There is.
Thanks for clarifying, Bricklock.
Yeah. I won't argue with you.
And nice meeting you in chat, Stud Sidious.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. That's
awesome.
Dude.
Appreciate you coming.
We'll see everybody next week.
Have a good one.
Adios.